Hey there, welcome back to Outlaw Icons, the place where the underworld speaks when the world goes quiet. Tonight, we're stepping into the story of a man whose name became a legend whispered in border towns and city streets alike. Some knew him as El Chapo. Others called him the Tunnel King. To his enemies, he was a ghost who slipped through prisons and vanished beneath the earth. But to his followers, he was something else entirely. A kingpin who built an empire on shadows and steel. And then, just like that, his empire cracked. Before we dive in, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it there right now? It's always wild seeing this little midnight circle of ours stretch across countries and time zones. Oh, and if you're new here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. I promise, you don't want to miss the stories we have coming next. All right, take a breath. Let the noise of the day fade away, and follow me deep underground. This is Outlaw Icons, your sleepy dawn. The night in Los Mochis had that eerie stillness, the kind that comes just before a storm. The streets were quiet, the houses asleep, but in one particular neighborhood, time itself seemed to hold its breath. Inside a modest-looking home, a man sat with the weight of empires on his shoulders. His name was Joaquin Guzman. To the world, he was El Chapo, the Tunnel King, the ghost of Sinaloa, the man who had made governments look like fools more than once. And in those first fragile minutes of January 8th, 2016, the net around him was drawing tight. It began with whispers. The Mexican Marines had moved silently through the darkness, their vehicles crawling into position like predators circling prey. Guided by intelligence that had trickled in from months of surveillance, they knew this house might be the endgame. For them, it was not just another raid. It was redemption. El Chapo had humiliated their country with his escapes, once in 2001, again in 2015. Each time, he had slipped away like water through cupped hands. This time, they swore, there would be no escape. But Guzman had built his entire life on the idea that there is always a way out. His legend was not just power or violence. It was escape, the kind that mocked walls, bars, and borders. Even now, sitting in that house, he was not just a man hiding. He was a man rehearsing possibilities, scanning each wall, each door, each path beneath the floor. He had done it before. He believed he could do it again. The silence cracked with the first shot. A window shattered, splinters flying into the air like startled birds. The Marines moved in fast, black uniforms blending with the night, rifles raised, voices cutting through the chaos. Inside, Guzman's men scrambled, dragging rifles from beneath furniture, shouting over each other in panic and rage. The firefight exploded in seconds. Bullets chewed through walls, slammed into doors, ricocheted down narrow hallways. The house that had stood in quiet disguise now roared like a battlefield. One Marine dropped, hit by a round that tore through his vest. His brothers pressed forward, rage burning away fear. They knew the man inside had built an empire on blood. They knew he would kill every one of them if it bought him a few more minutes of freedom. But they also knew this was their chance to end a humiliation that had haunted Mexico for years. Each pull of the trigger was fueled not just by duty, but by pride, anger, and the desire to prove they could bring down the man who had slipped away too many times before. Guzman did not panic. Panic was for amateurs. He grabbed the arm of his most trusted bodyguard, barking quick orders. The plan was already in motion. The house was not just a house. Like everything he touched, it was built with layers, with secrets. Beneath the bathroom floor, hidden under tiles, was the mouth of a tunnel that fed into the city's storm drains. While his men fought above, while bullets sang through the air, he slipped into the belly of the earth once again. For him, tunnels were more than escape routes. They were lifelines, veins of survival carved through rock and dirt, carrying him to safety again and again. The drains swallowed him in darkness. Cold water splashed around his boots as he crouched, moving quickly, his heartbeat steady. The echoes of gunfire above grew faint, replaced by the hollow drip of water, the suffocating silence of underground escape. He had done this before. He knew the rhythm of vanishing. Each step was an act of defiance, proof that even in the jaws of capture, he could still dissolve into shadow. But the drains of Los Mochis were not the polished tunnels he had engineered under prison floors. They were crude, raw, unpredictable. They stank of sewage and decay, their walls slimy with filth. Moving through them was not like gliding through a crafted escape. It was like crawling through the veins of a dying beast, each corner threatening collapse. Still, Guzman pressed on, convinced the mountain of luck that had carried him all these years would not abandon him now. Above ground, the Marines spread like wildfire. They had seen this play before. They knew El Chapo's obsession with tunnels, his genius for vanishing beneath the earth. They sealed off exits, chased rumors, called in reinforcements. Helicopters cut the night sky, searchlights sweeping across the city like the gaze of restless gods. This was no longer just a raid. It was a hunt, and the prey was desperate. When Guzman finally emerged from the drain, soaked and grim, the night air hit him like a rebuke. He was not in the mountains, not in some hidden ranch where allies could shield him. He was in a city, exposed, with enemies closing from every direction. A vehicle appeared, headlights cutting through the mist. He moved quickly, yanking the driver from his seat. The man stumbled into the dirt, trembling, staring at the face he knew from newspapers, from whispered corridos, from nightmares. El Chapo slid behind the wheel, pressing the gas, vanishing once more into the night. For a moment, it felt like the legend might hold. He had done it again, clawed his way out of the trap. The city blurred past him, lights streaking across the windshield, the road stretching like salvation. Each turn was another second stolen from capture. Each block carried the weight of possibility. For decades, he had turned such escapes into myth. Each close call another thread in the story of a man untouchable, uncatchable, invincible. But even legends bend under the weight of time. The Mexican government had learned from past humiliations. Federal police had already established checkpoints on the roads leading out of the city. Word of his escape traveled faster than his stolen car. Sirens wailed in the distance, drawing closer with each breath. And then, headlights flared in front of him, a barricade forming across the asphalt. Tires screeched. Engines roared. The road ended not in freedom, but in steel and rifles. The car door opened slowly. Guzman's face, so often hidden behind myth, was now pale under the flashing lights. His hands rose. The man who had tunneled under prisons, who had walked through walls of earth, who had made the impossible look routine, sat quietly as handcuffs clamped around his wrists. No bullets, no explosion, just silence. For the Marines, it was vindication. For Guzman, it was a reminder that even the best escape artist eventually runs out of exits. The convoy carried him away as dawn began to stain the horizon. Los Mochis stirred awake, its people hearing the news before the sun had fully risen. El Chapo was caught. The Tunnel King had been dragged into daylight. The government basked in the victory. The press erupted with headlines, and for a moment it seemed as though the story had ended here, neatly, decisively. But shadows never vanish so easily. In the back of that vehicle, wrists bound, clothes damp from the drains, El Chapo sat in silence. He had escaped before. He had defied walls, soldiers, governments. Was this truly the end? Or just another intermission in a story that seemed incapable of ending? His eyes stared out at the fading night, and the question lingered in the air like smoke. Because if history had taught anything, it was this. Every time the world thought they had finally trapped Joaquin Guzman, he found another way out. And though the sun was rising, the darkness around his name had not yet lifted. The story of Joaquin Guzman, the man who would one day tunnel under prison walls and outwit entire governments, did not begin in palaces or boardrooms. It began in a place that seemed designed to keep people small. La Tuna, a tiny village tucked into the mountains of Badiraguato, Sinaloa, was not much more than a handful of houses scattered along dirt paths. The earth there was unforgiving, dry, cracked, and stubborn. The kind of land where survival was a gamble, and every season carried the possibility of ruin. And yet it was here, in April of 1957, that the boy who would become El Chapo was born. Badiraguato had a reputation long before Guzman took his first breath. For decades, the mountains had been a cradle for opium and marijuana. Farmers tilled those slopes not just for beans or corn, but for crops that carried whispers of escape. Plants that could travel farther than the mountains themselves. Plants that could turn poverty into pesos. In La Tuna, children grew up learning that the earth gave little, but that it gave enough if you were willing to take risks. It was a place where poverty was not just a condition but a language, spoken by every cracked wall, every worn-out shoe, every hollow stomach. The Guzman family lived in a small house of clay and wood, barely enough to hold the weight of a large family. His father, Emilio, worked the land but earned almost nothing from it, and stories tell of him drinking away what little he made. The children grew up with hunger as a constant companion. There were no luxuries, no promises, just the knowledge that tomorrow would look much like today, unless you found a way to bend fate. Joaquin was small, barely noticeable among the other boys, but his eyes told a different story. They were sharp, restless, scanning everything with an intensity that made adults uneasy. He learned early that his size would never command fear, but his determination might. The nickname that would follow him all his life, El Chapo, the Shorty, was born here, long before the world knew him. In La Tuna, being small did not make you invisible. It only meant you had to work harder to be heard. By the time he could walk, Joaquin was helping his family. He sold oranges, candy, or anything he could scrape together from the land around him. In the village, he set up tiny stands to earn a few coins. To outsiders, it looked like child's play, a boy with nothing to do. But to him, it was an education. He was learning the rhythm of trade, how to turn scraps into survival, how to coax opportunity out of thin air. Each coin in his pocket was proof that he could move the world, even if only by an inch. The mountains became his second classroom. They taught him silence, patience, and awareness. He wandered their ridges, learning how to read trails, how to spot movement in the distance, how to vanish into the landscape. For a boy who would one day become the most wanted man in the world, this was training long before anyone realized it. The mountains taught him how to disappear, and he would carry that lesson into every escape that followed. But mountains cannot feed families. Hunger drove him toward the work that defined Badiraguato, tending marijuana fields. By his early teens, he was laboring under the brutal sun, his hands sticky with resin, his back bent over endless rows of plants. The pay was small but real, more than he had ever seen. It was enough to buy food for his family, enough to imagine that maybe poverty was not an unbreakable curse. Each peso he earned was a tiny victory, a seed of ambition planted in soil that had always denied him hope. Still, he was watching more than he was working. He saw that farmers like him did not grow rich. They bent their backs, sweated into the soil, and in the end had little to show. The real power belonged to the men who controlled the routes, who moved the product across mountains and borders, who transformed plants into profit. For Joaquin, the lesson was clear. The future was not in farming. The future was in moving, in outsmarting, in staying one step ahead of both soldiers and hunger. Every harvest carried risk. Soldiers raided fields, burning crops that had taken months to grow. Rivals fought for control, leaving bodies behind as warnings. For a teenager with no protection but his own wits, survival was a daily calculation. There is a story told about a raid in those years, soldiers torching fields as farmers watched in despair. Guzman stood apart, his face lit by flames, and instead of mourning, he studied. He saw crops turn to ash, livelihoods dissolve into smoke, and he realized something that would stay with him forever. Crops could burn, men could be broken, but the routes, those hidden veins of smuggling, could never be destroyed so easily. The future was not in planting. It was in pathways. At home, conflict brewed with his father. Some accounts say Emilio was violent, quick with fists, jealous of the boy's growing independence. The clashes left scars that did not fade. For Joaquin, each blow was another reason to carve his own destiny. If his own father could not offer protection, then he would build his own shield, his own empire, brick by brick, peso by peso. It was not rebellion as much as survival. The boy was learning that loyalty could not be expected. It had to be enforced. His leadership began in small ways. Other boys his age followed him into the fields, not because he was stronger, but because he was sharper. He taught them to harvest faster, to guard crops with vigilance, to move shipments at night when soldiers slept. He was not yet a kingpin. He was a teenager with dirt on his hands and ambition in his chest. But even then, he stood out as someone who saw beyond the immediate hunger, someone who could imagine a larger game. The mountains whispered to him, shaping his instincts. He learned how to slip away when patrols approached, how to use silence as cover, how to let the landscape itself hide him. Each narrow escape was not just luck. It was training, and it built in him a belief that would define his life, that he was meant to survive when others fell, that he was destined to find exits where none seemed to exist. Yet ambition is a dangerous seed in a place like La Tuna. It attracts envy, suspicion, and betrayal. Joaquin grew up knowing that the higher you climbed, the more exposed you became. But he also knew the alternative. Remaining small meant remaining hungry forever. And hunger had taught him to fear nothing more than stagnation. By the time he reached his late teens, the horizon stretched farther than the ridges of Badiraguato. The city of Culiacan loomed as a gateway, pulsing with the early networks of traffickers who were transforming small mountain crops into international supply chains. The whispers of opportunity called to him like a siren. He began to imagine himself not just as a worker in the fields, but as someone who could command routes, oversee shipments, carve tunnels through borders of land and law alike. But leaving La Tuna was not just geography. It was leaving behind the ghosts of hunger and the scars of family conflict. It was stepping out of the mountain's embrace, knowing they would never truly let him go. For the mountains of Sinaloa shape every man they raise. They carve resilience into bone, suspicion into blood, silence into the lungs. Even as Guzman dreamed of cities and empires, the Sierra Madre would always echo in him. Its lessons, vanish, adapt, survive, would become the foundation of every escape, every scheme, every tunnel he ever built. He did not yet know that the cartels were waiting, that men older, richer, and far more ruthless had already built networks he would step into, that his hunger would soon meet their ambition. All he knew, standing on the edge of La Tuna, was that he could not stay. He could not be another farmer crushed by the cycle of poverty. He would leave, and when he did, he would never look back with regret. The boy from Badiraguato was ready to walk out of the mountains. But the mountains were not finished with him. They would follow him, shape him, haunt him. And soon, they would carry him into the arms of the Guadalajara Cartel, where his real apprenticeship would begin. The first time Joaquin Guzman stepped into Culiacan, the air felt different. It wasn't the thin mountain wind of La Tuna, sharp with silence and dust. This was city air, thicker, heavier, and alive with possibility. The streets pulsed with traffic, the markets buzzed with trade, and everywhere you turned there were men in pressed shirts and polished shoes who carried themselves with the confidence of power. For a boy who had spent his childhood scraping survival out of the earth, this was another world. And he wanted it. But desire alone never opens doors. Culiacan was the heart of Sinaloa, a crossroads where local growers, smugglers, and dealers collided. And above them all, invisible but omnipresent, was the web of the Guadalajara Cartel. By the early 1980s, it was the most powerful criminal organization in Mexico, built by Miguel Ángel Felix Gallardo, a man known as El Padrino, the Godfather. Guzman was still young, still small, still El Chapo, only in nickname. But in this city, he saw the chance to apprentice under men who had already transformed drugs from backwoods crops into international empires. The transition was not immediate. He began on the margins, running errands, handling shipments, doing the kind of work nobody noticed until it was done wrong. He hauled marijuana across dusty roads, arranged safe houses, and made sure loads reached their destinations on time. It was dangerous, thankless work. Soldiers could appear at any bend in the road. Rivals could ambush with bullets instead of words. But Guzman did it with precision. He had learned from the mountains that mistakes meant death. And in the cartel, efficiency was not just rewarded, it was survival. What set him apart was his discipline. He was not flashy, not reckless, not the kind of man who drew attention with loud cars or louder mouths. He was quiet, calculating, his mind always working in the background. Where others drank away their pay, he reinvested, building networks of loyalty among drivers, laborers, and guards. He paid them better, fed them when others would not, treated them as part of a system he was quietly building. It was not generosity, it was strategy. A man paid and fed by El Chapo would stay loyal when the bullets flew. Inside the Guadalajara cartel, Felix Gallardo ran things with the smooth ruthlessness of a corporate CEO. Under him, lieutenants managed regions like departments and shipments like products. Cocaine from Colombia moved north through Mexico into the United States with astonishing efficiency. It was a new model, where old traffickers had focused on marijuana and heroin. Gallardo struck deals with the Colombian cartels, turning Mexico into the indispensable middleman. Guzman watched closely, learning the rules of this shadow empire. He saw that Gallardo's strength wasn't just violence. It was organization. It was vision. And Guzman, though just a junior player, soaked in every detail. There is a story told about those years, when loads of cocaine needed to move north quickly. Guzman was given trucks and deadlines that seemed impossible. Others hesitated, but he delivered. He split the shipments into smaller loads, spread them across multiple vehicles, and set strict schedules. If one truck failed, another carried the weight. It was simple math, but in a world where greed often outweighed logic, his method stood out. Gallardo noticed. This young Sinaloan with the short frame and sharp eyes had the instincts of a logistician. He didn't just move drugs. He engineered the movement. But success in the cartel world was never stable. In the shadows, paranoia brewed. Law enforcement pressure grew, rivals lurked, and alliances cracked under greed. Guzman learned quickly that trust was a currency even more fragile than cocaine. He kept his circle small, his movements careful, his loyalties tied to Gallardo but not blinded by them. Watching the cartel's leaders, he began to understand that power was not inherited. It was seized when the moment came. Those years in Guadalajara hardened him in ways the mountains never had. Violence was no longer an occasional risk. It was the background hum of daily life. He saw men beaten for lateness, killed for mistakes, vanished for whispers of betrayal. And with each act of cruelty, he studied, not with horror, but with calculation. He understood what it meant. In this world, fear was not a side effect. It was the system itself. It kept men in line, kept loads moving, kept profits flowing. If hunger had taught him resilience, the cartel was now teaching him fear's utility. Still, Guzman was not just absorbing lessons in brutality. He was also sharpening his ability to innovate. When soldiers began cracking down on obvious shipments, he experimented with concealment, drugs hidden in oil tankers, in produce, in crates of food. And when talk of tunnels reached him, short, crude holes dug under borders, he listened with the fascination of a man already imagining bigger, better, more elaborate underground worlds. The seed of the Tunnel King was planted here, in the apprenticeship years, long before he had the resources to make it real. But apprenticeships never last forever. By the mid-1980s, cracks began to spread through the Guadalajara cartel. Pressure from the United States intensified. The murder of DEA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena in 1985 unleashed a storm of retaliation and scrutiny. The Godfather's empire trembled under the weight of attention it could not afford. Guzman, still a subordinate, watched the walls shake. And he realized something vital. Empires fall, but survivors adapt. If he wanted to rise, he could not tie his fate to one man, not even Felix Gallardo. During this turbulence, Guzman began building his own crew more aggressively. He recruited men from Sinaloa, men he trusted not because they were saints, but because they came from the same soil of poverty and hunger. He paid them well, demanded discipline, and punished betrayal swiftly. He ran his operations like a tight machine, earning a reputation not just for efficiency, but for ruthlessness. If loads arrived late, He dealt with the delay personally. If someone stole, he made an example. Word spread that El Chapo was not just another errand boy. He was someone who could be relied on and feared. His ambition began to shine through in subtle ways. While others lived lavishly, Guzman invested in logistics. Safe houses, airstrips, warehouses. He was building the skeleton of what would become the Sinaloa Cartel, even if nobody could see the full picture yet. It was like watching a mason quietly lay bricks while everyone else danced on rooftops. The party might end, but the foundation would remain. One evening, as the Guadalajara cartel reeled from internal strife, Guzman stood on a balcony overlooking the city lights. Below, cars rushed through streets, neon signs flickered, music spilled from cantinas. He was still just a lieutenant, still under the shadow of men like Gallardo. But in his mind, something was shifting. The city looked like veins of light, each street a pathway, each crossing an opportunity. And he thought of the mountains he had left behind, of the routes hidden in silence. What he saw in the lights of Guadalajara was the same thing he had seen in flames devouring poppy fields back in La Tuna. The truth that the routes, the movement, the networks were the real power. The empire of Miguel Ángel Felix Gallardo would not last forever. Guzman knew it. He could feel the tremors, the way men whispered, the way rivals circled. But for him, the collapse was not a threat. It was an opening. If the old godfather fell, others would rush to fill the vacuum. And Guzman, the boy who had once sold oranges on dusty roads, was ready to step into the chaos. The apprenticeship was ending. The lessons had been brutal, but they had carved him into someone new, harder, sharper, more dangerous. He had learned discipline, logistics, fear, and vision. And now, as the walls of the Guadalajara cartel began to crack, he was preparing to slip through the fractures like smoke, to build something of his own. What he could not yet see was how bloody the transition would be. How many bodies would litter the roads of Mexico before his rise was complete? How many betrayals would cut deeper than any soldier's bullet? He only knew one thing with certainty. He had spent his life escaping the traps others set for him. And now, for the first time, he was ready to set the traps himself. The boy from La Tuna was no longer just surviving. He was beginning to rule. And soon, the collapse of the old order would leave him with a choice: remain in the shadows, or step into the throne that others feared to touch. And in that choice, the legend of El Chapo would begin. It began with an empire collapsing. In 1989, the mighty Guadalajara cartel, the syndicate that had ruled Mexico's drug trade like a crown of iron, was shattering. Its architect, Miguel Ángel Felix Gallardo, the godfather who once seemed untouchable, was dragged down by his own legend. The arrest came like lightning, sudden but inevitable, a storm unleashed by years of pressure. For Guzman, still a lieutenant in the shadows, it was the moment the earth shifted under his feet. Empires crumble, but when they do, they leave cracks wide enough for new kings to crawl through. The old order was dying in real time. Meetings that once dripped with confidence now carried the weight of suspicion. Allies who had sworn loyalty began whispering in corners, trading glances heavy with fear. The Godfather's arrest after the Camarena affair had drawn the gaze of the United States straight into Mexico's underworld, and it was not looking away. The cartel's foundation was splitting apart, and the men beneath it felt the tremors. In those cracks, Joaquin Guzman saw not doom, but destiny. The fall of Gallardo did not kill the business, it only scattered it. Like glass dropped on concrete, the empire broke into shards, each one jagged, dangerous, and hungry. Regions once controlled from a central hand were now up for grabs. Routes, plazas, corridors of money and blood, all suddenly vulnerable. And in Mexico's underworld, vulnerability was never left unattended. Men circled like vultures, each waiting for their chance to seize what remained. In this chaos, Guzman was not alone. Beside him were allies forged in the same fire. Ismael El Mayo Zambada, quiet, calculating, a man who preferred shadows to headlines. Juan José Esparagoza, El Azul, whose calm intelligence and ability to negotiate earned him both respect and survival. They were not the loudest men in the room, not the kind who threw parties with gold-plated pistols and tigers on leashes. They were the ones who moved carefully, quietly, building something more enduring than vanity. Together, they began to imagine a new order rising from Guadalajara's ashes. It was not a declaration, not a single day where they announced the birth of an empire. It was a process, a slow stitching of routes, alliances, and blood. In Sinaloa, their home soil, they built a network that favored efficiency over theatrics. Where Gallardo had centralized power like a king, they opted for a federation, a loose but disciplined coalition that could bend without breaking. Each leader had autonomy, each managed his own region, but together they shared resources, intelligence, and a common shield against rivals. This adaptability would become the core strength of what the world would come to call the Sinaloa Cartel. At first, it was survival. They had to protect routes from rivals eager to swallow them. The Tijuana Cartel, led by the Arellano Felix brothers, bristled with violence and ambition. The Juarez Cartel, hungry and ruthless, wanted its share. Each move was contested, each shipment shadowed by enemies. The streets became chessboards, and every piece was human. Gunmen, drivers, pilots, couriers. Each a pawn in wars fought quietly and loudly all at once. In those early days, Guzman proved himself not just as a survivor, but as a strategist. He could see the board when others only saw the next move. The federation they built was unlike anything before it. Instead of a single head vulnerable to the blade, the Sinaloa network was many-headed, many-armed, like a creature that could not be killed with one strike. It was flexible, resilient, and rooted in the mountains of Sinaloa, where poverty still churned out young men willing to die for a steady wage. And Guzman, who had once been that hungry boy, knew exactly how to keep them loyal. He paid them better, treated their families, rewarded silence with comfort. Fear still ruled, but it was softened with loyalty, a combination far more dangerous than either alone. For Guzman, the timing was perfect. He had watched Gallardo's cartel build pipelines of cocaine from Colombia through Mexico into the United States. Now, those pipelines were splintering, and someone needed to control them. He stepped into the void with the confidence of a man who had prepared his entire life for this moment. Where others hesitated, he acted. Where others sought permission, he seized. His tunnels, his routes, his crews, they became the veins through which the new cartel's lifeblood flowed. Violence was inevitable. In the scramble for territory, bullets replaced words. The plazas of northern Mexico, Tijuana, Ciudad Juarez, Matamoros, became battlegrounds. Rivals fell, bodies dumped in streets as messages written in blood. For the people caught in between, the wars were nightmares. For Guzman and his allies, they were tests. Each victory carved the Sinaloa Federation deeper into the map. Each loss only hardened their resolve. Guzman, who had learned as a boy that fields could burn but routes survived, now applied the lesson on a national scale. Rivals could fall, leaders could die, but if the routes remained, the empire endured. And endure it did. By the early 1990s, the Sinaloa Cartel was no longer just a collection of survivors. It was a force. Its reach extended from the mountains of Sinaloa to the border crossings of Tijuana, from airstrips hidden in desert valleys to warehouses near American highways. It moved marijuana, heroin, and increasingly cocaine with a precision that rivaled legitimate corporations. For every burned field, there was a new shipment. For every fallen ally, a new recruit. The machine never stopped. And at its heart, guiding, adjusting, tightening, was El Chapo. But the birth of power always carries the shadow of war. The federation model that made Sinaloa strong also made it fragile. Leaders were not always aligned. Egos clashed, suspicions festered. Guzman's ambition sometimes outpaced his allies' caution. El Mayo preferred quiet business. El Azul preferred negotiation. But El Chapo craved expansion. He wanted not just survival, but dominance. That hunger, planted in La Tuna, watered in the fields of Badiraguado, now grew into something insatiable. He was no longer just the short boy from the mountains. He was a man who believed he was destined to rule. And yet, with every rise came greater attention. Law enforcement in Mexico, already pressured by the United States, could not ignore the violence erupting across its northern border. Soldiers patrolled, raids intensified, prisons filled. Guzman knew the risks. He knew that the higher he climbed, the clearer his silhouette against the sky. But he also knew the truth of his world. Power was not held by those who hid forever. It was seized by those who dared to step into the light, even if only long enough to blind their enemies. In 1989, when Gallardo was sentenced and the Guadalajara empire shattered, few believed the pieces could ever form something larger. Yet within those fragments, Guzman and his allies forged the beginnings of a cartel that would eclipse everything that came before it. The Sinaloa Cartel was born not in ceremony, not in speeches, but in blood, necessity, and the relentless hunger of men who refused to remain small. As the decade turned, Guzman stood on the edge of a new era. The Federation was strong, the routes were secure, and the profits were pouring in at a scale unimaginable in the days of his childhood hunger. But with each dollar came new enemies, new betrayals, new dangers. The empire he had helped create was powerful, yes, but it was also fragile. And in that fragility, the seeds of future wars were already being sown. The mountains of Sinaloa had taught him that survival was about escape, about slipping through cracks when the world closed in. But empires do not escape. They stand, they fight, they expand, or they collapse. Guzman was no longer just an apprentice, no longer just a survivor. He was becoming the face of a new cartel, and the world was beginning to notice. But power attracts fire, and the fire was coming. The sound of gunfire echoed across the streets of Tijuana like thunder trapped between buildings. It was May of 1993, and in broad daylight, at the international airport in Guadalajara, bullets rained down in a storm so chaotic that even innocence was no shield. A cardinal of the Catholic Church, Juan Jesus Posadas Ocampo, was caught in the crossfire, his body torn apart in a hail of lead. The message was clear even if the target had been mistaken. Mexico's drug war had spilled out of the shadows. It was no longer whispered in corridos or tucked into the folds of smuggling routes. It was loud, bloody, and impossible to ignore. This was the era of the border wars. The 1990s would be remembered as the decade when cartels turned Mexico's northern frontier into a battlefield. The routes into the United States, those narrow corridors of asphalt and desert, of bridges and border towns, were veins of gold. Whoever controlled them controlled the future. And Guzman, now a rising force within the Sinaloa Federation, was determined to claim his share. But he was not the only one with ambition. Across the borderlands, the Arellano Felix brothers in Tijuana and Amado Carrillo Fuentes in Juarez were sharpening their blades, ready to defend their plazas with bullets and blood. The logic of the war was simple but brutal. Cocaine shipments from Colombia had to pass through Mexico on their way north. Billions of dollars waited on the other side. But there were only so many border crossings, so many bridges, so many highways where bribes could be paid and cargo could slip through under the watchful eyes of customs. These choke points became everything. They were not just cities or streets. They were lifelines. And lifelines are worth killing for. Tijuana, sitting like a gateway to California, was in the grip of the Arellano Felix clan. They were flamboyant, ruthless, a family that turned fear into a brand. They threw parties with gold-plated weapons, paraded with tigers, flaunted their excess while bathing their city in violence. Juarez, further east, was commanded by Amado Carrillo Fuentes, the so-called Lord of the Skies, who used fleets of aircraft to move product with an efficiency that rivaled airlines. For Guzman and the Sinaloa Cartel, these rivals were not distant threats. They were obstacles standing between him and the most profitable smuggling routes in the world. The wars began quietly, with whispers and disappearances. A truck hijacked here, a pilot executed there, messages written in bodies left on roadsides. But whispers grew into roars. Kidnappings, torture, public executions, each act more brazen than the last. Cities once known for their border trade now lived in fear of stray bullets and sudden massacres. Families huddled indoors at night, listening to gunfire puncture the silence, wondering whose son, whose father, whose brother would not come home. For Guzman, these were not random bursts of violence. They were moves on a chessboard, each calculated to weaken rivals, each designed to carve out space for Sinaloa. He directed his men with cold precision, ordering ambushes, funding gunmen, and rewarding loyalty with money and power. But he also knew the risk. Every bullet fired drew attention, not only from rivals, but from the Mexican government, from American agencies watching the border with growing alarm. The challenge was to fight without collapsing under the weight of visibility. The confrontation with the Arellano Felix brothers became particularly savage. The family ruled Tijuana with an iron grip, bribing police, intimidating politicians, and flooding the streets with sicarios willing to kill without hesitation. For Guzman, slipping his product through their plaza was like trying to cross a river guarded by crocodiles. He could not simply ask for passage. He had to fight for it. And fight he did. The Guadalajara airport shootout in 1993 was one of the war's bloodiest moments. Guzman's men, hunting the Arellano brothers, unleashed a torrent of gunfire on what they believed was a rival convoy. But in the chaos, Cardinal Posadas Ocampo was killed. Whether mistaken for a cartel boss or simply caught in the wrong place, the Cardinal's death sent shockwaves through Mexico. For the first time, the violence of the cartels could not be brushed aside as underworld business. It had spilled into the sacred, and Guzman, already infamous, now became a national symbol of everything Mexico feared was spiraling out of control. The government cracked down hard. Raids, arrests, military sweeps. It was open season on traffickers. Guzman himself was forced into hiding, moving constantly, trusting only his closest circle. Yet even under pressure, he did not relent. The routes were too valuable, the profits too immense. Each shipment that crossed meant millions, and millions meant power. Meanwhile, in Juarez, Amado Carrillo Fuentes watched the war with calculated patience. Unlike the flamboyant Arellanos, he was strategic, building his empire through discipline and logistics. His fleets of planes carried cocaine with near-military precision. But Guzman's hunger did not respect boundaries. He wanted influence in Juarez too, and his moves there sparked another conflict, quieter but no less dangerous. Juarez was a city of violence disguised as routine, trucks passing through, police turning blind eyes, politicians pocketing bribes. Into this volatile mix, Sinaloa injected ambition, and bodies began to drop. The wars of the 1990s were not only fought with bullets. They were fought with corruption. Politicians, police chiefs, customs officers, each one became a piece on the board. Bribes flowed like rivers, buying silence, buying access, buying time. For every official who refused, there was a threat waiting in the dark. Fear and money became interchangeable currencies, and Guzman spent both with ease. For ordinary Mexicans, these years were a nightmare. Cities like Tijuana and Juarez became synonyms for bloodshed. Families whispered warnings, avoided certain streets, taught children to drop to the ground when shots rang out. The war for routes was abstract to them, but its consequences were painfully real. Each clash between cartels was another scar on their streets, another funeral in their neighborhoods. And yet, through it all, Guzman thrived. His cartel grew stronger, feeding off the chaos. Each rival weakened by infighting, each plaza destabilized by violence, opened new opportunities. He had once been the boy selling oranges in La Tuna. Now he was a warlord shaping the fate of entire cities. His ambition, born of hunger and sharpened by mountains, had found its battleground. But ambition always breeds enemies. The Arellano Felix brothers would not forget the bullets at Guadalajara airport. Amado Carrillo Fuentes would not forgive the incursions into his territory. And the Mexican government, stung by the death of a cardinal, would no longer tolerate Guzman's open defiance. The walls were closing in, even as his empire expanded. The 1990s would define him. They would turn him from an apprentice into a kingpin, from a regional player into a global threat. But they would also mark him for destruction, painting a target on his back that would follow him for the rest of his life. The border wars were not ending. They were only evolving. And as Guzman pushed deeper into the fight, one truth became clear. In the world he had chosen, there were no permanent victories, only temporary escapes. And the next escape was already being tested. The walls were closing in. After the bloodbath at the Guadalajara airport, where the bullets of rival cartels tore into the air and left a cardinal dead on the tarmac, the entire country turned its gaze toward the man they believed responsible. Joaquin Guzman was no longer just a name whispered in border towns or sung about in corridos. He was a headline, a villain, a symbol of how far Mexico's drug violence had spiraled beyond control. And in the weeks that followed, he became the most hunted man in the nation. The Mexican government, under furious pressure from the Catholic Church and from the United States, could no longer look the other way. Soldiers stormed hideouts. Police raided safe houses. Roadblocks dotted the highways like scars. For Guzman, who had built his reputation on slipping away, it was a test unlike any he had faced before. He was a ghost, yes, but now every light was searching for him, every shadow examined. His only option was flight. So he ran. South, away from the plazas of Sinaloa and the battlefields of Tijuana, away from the heat that made his name burn in newspapers. He crossed into Guatemala, a land of dense jungles and rugged terrain, thinking its labyrinth of roads and villages could hide him. It was a desperate gamble, one that spoke to his instinct for survival, but also to the weight pressing down on him. For the first time in his adult life, El Chapo was not chasing power. He was chasing space to breathe. Guatemala, however, was not the sanctuary he hoped for. The Guatemalan authorities, well aware of the international attention swirling around him, were not about to risk becoming his shield. They knew harboring him would bring the wrath of Mexico and the United States alike. Instead, they waited. And when Guzman grew comfortable enough to move more openly, they struck. On June 9, 1993, the net closed. In a small hotel near the Guatemalan border, police surrounded the building. They moved with speed and certainty, armed with information funneled to them by Mexican authorities and perhaps by rivals eager to see Guzman fall. Inside, El Chapo had only seconds to act. This was not one of his tunnels, not a carefully planned escape. This was a dead end dressed as a room with thin walls and cheap curtains. Witnesses later recalled the moment with a surreal calm. The most wanted man in Mexico, the man whose name had become synonymous with blood and escape, was taken without a single shot fired. There were no blazing guns, no dramatic chase. Just handcuffs clicking shut on wrists that had ordered massacres and managed empires. El Chapo's eyes, usually sharp and calculating, betrayed a flicker of frustration, anger not at his captors, but at himself. For once, he had miscalculated. They led him out of the hotel, past the flashing cameras of local press, into vehicles that would carry him back toward the border. His small frame seemed diminished, not by size, but by the absence of control. All his life he had dictated the terms, whether on mountain trails, in city hideouts, or across borders. Now, for the first time, someone else decided where he would go. And that place was not freedom. On June 11th, 2 days later, Guatemala extradited him to Mexico. The transfer was a moment of triumph for Mexican authorities, a rare victory in a war that had made them look helpless time and again. Here was the Tunnel King, paraded before cameras, his legend stripped bare, delivered back into the hands of a government desperate to prove it could still fight back. For the public, it was vindication. For the church, it was a small gesture of justice after the loss of a cardinal. For Guzman, it was humiliation. But even in chains, he was calculating. Prison, he knew, was not an ending. It was merely another environment, another system with cracks that could be studied, exploited, reshaped. As he was marched into custody, surrounded by soldiers with rifles, he was already searching for weaknesses, the human ones, the ones hidden behind uniforms and paychecks. Because Guzman understood something many of his enemies did not. Walls do not keep men in. Men keep men in, and men can always be bought. The prison they chose for him was high security, meant to contain the most dangerous criminals in Mexico. Its walls were tall, its gates heavy, its guards sworn to vigilance. But Guzman had grown up in mountains where walls meant nothing. He had learned as a boy that fences could be climbed, trails could be found, obstacles could be outlasted. The lesson of La Tuna followed him into confinement. Survival was not about strength, it was about persistence. Behind bars, he carried himself with patience. Other inmates watched him carefully, seeing not just another prisoner, but a man whose name carried weight far beyond the gates. For them, his presence was both a threat and an opportunity. For the guards, it was a burden. They knew he had resources, influence, reach. And reach has a way of slipping through bars like smoke through cracks. The Mexican government celebrated his capture as a decisive blow. But for those who knew Guzman's history, there was unease. He had evaded soldiers in firefights, vanished into drains, crossed borders unseen. Did they really believe walls and locks would hold him forever? Or was this only another chapter in a story defined by exits? Guzman himself never saw prison as permanent. He adapted, studying routines, identifying which guards looked tired, which accepted favors, which carried the weariness of men underpaid for dangerous work. He understood that loyalty could be bought, that silence could be rented, that even the strongest gate was only as strong as the man standing in front of it. Each day in confinement was not wasted. It was research. Still, there were moments of frustration. He had risen from a boy selling oranges in La Tuna to a man commanding shipments worth millions. He had outlasted rivals, survived wars, and carved a place in history as a trafficker who could outmaneuver governments. Now he was locked in a cell, his empire in the hands of allies and enemies alike. Each night, as darkness folded across the prison, he must have wondered how much control he still held, and how quickly it could slip away. Outside, the wars did not pause for his absence. The Tijuana Cartel continued its reign of terror, the Juarez Cartel expanded its influence, and violence bled across the borderlands. The Sinaloa network he had helped build fought to survive without him, guided by allies like El Mayo Zambada, who preferred shadows over spotlight. Guzman may have been caged, but his name still echoed in every deal, every shipment, every whispered threat. The irony was sharp. By capturing him, the government had created a legend even larger. Newspapers plastered his image across front pages. Ballads turned his arrest into music. For ordinary people, he became a figure of fascination, the man who had risen from nothing, who had challenged the state, who had lived like a ghost until finally cornered. For his enemies, he was proof that even legends could be shackled. For Guzman himself, he was a man with time, waiting for the next move. As months turned into years, his presence behind bars became normalized. Guards carried out their shifts, inmates adjusted to the rhythm of life around him, and the public turned its attention to new headlines. But beneath that surface of routine, something was brewing. Guzman's mind was never still. He had built his empire on logistics, on the art of moving unnoticed, on the science of creating exits where none seemed possible. And even in prison, that instinct did not fade. The year 1993 had ended with his capture. The decade ahead would carry him through confinement, through whispers of corruption, through the slow erosion of walls meant to contain him. His enemies believed the story was finished. His captors believed the legend was over. But Guzman believed something else. For him, prison was not an ending. It was a tunnel, and every tunnel has another side. The cell door clanged shut, but it was an illusion. The guards thought they had locked Joaquin Guzman inside. The government believed the walls would mute his power. To the public, the arrest was the story's ending. But inside those prison walls, something remarkable happened. The empire did not wither. It adapted. The Mexican state had delivered him to Puente Grande, a high-security prison outside Guadalajara. Tall fences, watchtowers, armed guards. Everything designed to cage the most dangerous men alive. On paper, it was fortress-like, impenetrable. Yet Guzman had spent his life proving that no fortress was beyond reach. He had built an empire not just with bullets, but with the understanding that every system has cracks. And Puente Grande was no different. It started small. A favor here, a bribe there. Cigarettes slipped through bars. Messages carried in folded scraps of paper. Guards, underpaid and exhausted, were easy targets. 1 peso bought a look the other way. 10 pesos bought silence. 100 pesos bought loyalty. And once loyalty was bought, it rarely returned to its original owner. Guzman did not need to tear the walls down. He only needed to own the men who held the keys. From inside, he began to rebuild his command chain. Trusted associates visited under the guise of family or legal counsel, carrying orders disguised as casual words. A phrase about the weather might mean a shipment should move. A question about health might instruct a killing. Codes layered on codes, woven into conversations until even eavesdropping guards couldn't decipher them. What looked like meaningless chatter was in fact the lifeline of an empire. And the empire responded. Shipments continued. Money flowed. Rivals still found themselves hunted, their bodies reminders that even in chains, El Chapo's reach stretched beyond the prison gates. For his men on the outside, his capture had not broken their faith. If anything, it strengthened it. To them, it proved their leader was untouchable, a man so powerful he could run an international cartel from a cell. The legend only deepened. Inside the prison, he became both inmate and ruler. Other prisoners treated him with respect, even deference. They knew who he was, what he had done, and more importantly, what he could still do. He could provide favors, protection, money for families on the outside. In an environment where survival was currency, El Chapo was rich beyond measure. His presence bent the prison around him until the guards, the wardens, even the routine itself seemed to orbit his will. But power behind bars came with tension. The Mexican government needed him neutralized, and rumors swirled of attempts to isolate him. They shifted guards, reshuffled routines, tried to tighten control. But every adjustment brought new cracks. New guards needed money. New routines were studied and subverted. It was a cycle the state could never win, because Guzman understood something they did not. Prisons are not cages, they are marketplaces. And in marketplaces, money always talks louder than orders. Yet, even with influence, there was frustration. Guzman was used to moving freely, directing operations with precision, seeing results instantly. Now, every instruction was delayed, coded, vulnerable to error. For a man obsessed with control, the slowness gnawed at him. He compensated with more discipline, more patience, but inside his chest, the hunger grew. Hunger not just for money. He had plenty, but for movement, for escape, for the freedom to direct his empire with the same speed and audacity that had built it. Still, his cartel endured. Rivals might have celebrated his capture, but they soon learned the truth. Guzman was not gone. He was simply repositioned. His lieutenants, El Mayo, El Azul, and others, kept shipments flowing, ensured the Sinaloa Federation remained strong. Together, they defended routes against the Tijuana and Juarez cartels, keeping the bloody border wars alive. Every bullet fired in those years carried his shadow. Every shipment that slipped across the border bore his fingerprints, invisible but undeniable. The irony was heavy. The state had captured him to weaken the cartel. Instead, they had given him the aura of invincibility. Ballads were written about how he commanded from inside. Stories spread of guards carrying his bags, of wardens answering his requests as though he were still free. Some tales stretched truth, but in the world of narco-myth, perception mattered more than fact. And perception said this: El Chapo could not be stopped. The inmates who shared Puente Grande with him whispered of the strange duality. On one hand, he was just another prisoner, small, soft-spoken, blending into the routine. On the other, he was unmistakably different. His eyes carried a quiet authority, his words measured, his movements deliberate. He did not shout, he did not threaten. He simply existed with the weight of a man who knew the outside still bent to him. That calm unnerved guards. It was the calm of someone who knew the prison belonged to him more than it did to them. Outside, the wars raged on. Families wept. Cities bled. Politicians pretended progress while violence spiraled. And through it all, Guzman's hand remained on the wheel, subtle but steady. His messages moved through couriers, his money bought silence, his legend filled the gaps where visibility was thin. The government had him locked away, but the people knew better. Behind the bars of Puente Grande, El Chapo was still running Mexico's most powerful criminal organization. Years slipped by. To the public, he seemed contained. To his enemies, he seemed diminished. But to those close to him, there was never doubt. He was not simply enduring prison. He was preparing. He studied routines with the patience of a hunter. He tracked guard rotations like a general mapping enemy movements. Each day was a rehearsal for something bigger. He had been escaping cages since boyhood. Poverty, hunger, the mountain's suffocating limits. Why should this cage be any different? And so the chapter of Puente Grande became not just about survival, but about plotting. Guzman knew he could only tolerate so much distance from his empire. Each order carried through whispers reminded him of what he lacked. Each shipment moved without his direct hand reminded him of what he had lost. The hunger grew sharper, cutting into his patience. And when hunger sharpens a man like Guzman, it does not fade. It demands. The guards, the wardens, the state, all believed they were holding him. But in truth, he was holding them, shaping them, waiting for the moment when the prison he had bent to his will would open like all the tunnels he had ever carved. Because in Guzman's world, there were no permanent walls, only temporary ones. And every temporary wall carried the echo of a door waiting to be found. And soon, that door would open. The prison was supposed to be unbreakable. Puente Grande, a fortress of concrete and steel in the highlands of Jalisco, had been built to hold Mexico's most dangerous criminals. Its walls loomed like a warning, its gates heavy as iron promises. Inside, guards patrolled with rifles, surveillance cameras blinked in corners, and routines were designed to crush any thought of freedom. For nearly a decade, Joaquin Guzman had been locked within its corridors, watching, waiting, calculating. And on the night of January 19, 2001, the impossible happened. The man known as El Chapo, the shorty, slipped through the unbreakable. The story of his escape is wrapped in legend, whispered with awe, retold with exaggeration, but at its core, the facts remain stunning. The most powerful drug lord in Mexico disappeared from a maximum security prison without a single shot fired. Not through gun battles or helicopter rescues, but in silence. According to official accounts, he climbed into a laundry cart, crouched beneath sheets and towels, and was rolled through gates, past guards, and into the night. It was absurd, cinematic, unbelievable, and yet it worked. To understand how, you must return to the years before. Puente Grande was not just a prison. It was a marketplace. Guards underpaid and exhausted became customers of corruption, and Guzman was a master salesman. One bribe at a time, he reshaped the prison into something closer to a palace. He had cell phones, women smuggled in, feasts delivered as if the walls did not exist. The warden himself was whispered to have bent to his will. It was as if the state had locked him up but forgotten who really held the keys. For Guzman, patience was the most dangerous weapon he possessed. He spent years rehearsing the rhythms of the prison, memorizing schedules, identifying who could be bought and who could be ignored. He knew which guards had sick mothers who needed money, which ones resented their superiors, which ones simply wanted to live more comfortably than their salaries allowed. Every weakness was a door, and one by one, he opened them. By 2001, he had built a network inside Puente Grande as efficient as the one he had outside. Guards carried messages to his men. Prison staff smuggled in luxuries. Inmates looked to him as a protector, even as a provider. The line between prisoner and king blurred until it was almost invisible. And yet, even with power flowing through him, he was restless. He had spent nearly 8 years caged, watching his cartel thrive without his direct hand, hearing whispers of rivals growing stronger. His hunger for control gnawed at him. Freedom was not a luxury. It was necessity. The escape plan was simple in theory, dangerous in practice. On that January night, Guzman allegedly climbed into a laundry cart, his small frame folding neatly beneath sheets and uniforms. A trusted guard pushed the cart through corridors, nodding casually at colleagues, rolling it past checkpoints, through gates, and into the outside world. Cameras blinked, but no alarms sounded. Guards saluted, but no one searched. To them, it was just another cart, another routine chore. And yet inside it crouched the most wanted man in Mexico. When the cart reached the outer gate, the final barrier between confinement and freedom, the guard pushed it through. The gate opened. The cart rolled forward. The prison that was supposed to hold him forever exhaled one last time. And the tunnel king slipped out, not through a tunnel, but through complacency itself. By the time authorities realized what had happened, it was too late. Guzman was gone, swallowed by the night, spirited away by vehicles waiting beyond the walls. The government scrambled, humiliated. They claimed ignorance, blamed corruption, launched investigations. But the damage was irreparable. Mexico had promised the world that Puente Grande was impregnable, that El Chapo was contained. And in a single night, he had proved otherwise. The story of the laundry cart became myth almost immediately. To some, it was a symbol of audacity, the idea that a man could outwit an entire system with something as mundane as dirty laundry. To others, it was a reminder of corruption so deep that walls and gates meant nothing when money and fear held sway. For Guzman's followers, it was proof of destiny. Their leader was not just clever, he was untouchable. For his enemies, it was a nightmare reborn. The man they thought was caged was once again free, once again ready to wage war. On the outside, Guzman wasted no time. He disappeared into the mountains of Sinaloa, shielded by terrain and by loyalty. His men celebrated, his cartel surged, and rivals braced for impact. The years in prison had not diminished him. They had sharpened him. And now, unchained, he was ready to reclaim every piece of his empire, every route, every peso. But freedom came with fire. The government, embarrassed beyond measure, launched one of the largest manhunts in its history. Soldiers combed mountains, helicopters circled skies, checkpoints spread across highways. And yet Guzman was nowhere. He melted into the landscape as if he had been born from it, vanishing into caves, ranches, villages where silence was bought with money and enforced with fear. The more the government searched, the more legendary he became. Each failure to find him deepened the myth. Each rumor of his sighting, unconfirmed and fleeting, made him seem like a ghost. Inside Puente Grande, officials scrambled to explain how he had escaped. Investigations revealed staggering levels of corruption, dozens of guards complicit, staff bribed, routines manipulated. The state had built a fortress, but Guzman had turned it into a revolving door. It was not a breakout in the traditional sense. It was a walkout, orchestrated with precision, executed with patience, and sealed with silence. The escape humiliated Mexico internationally. The United States, furious at the loss of a man they had pressured Mexico to contain, questioned its neighbor's ability to fight the drug war. Politicians scrambled for answers, offering promises of reform, pledging to clean the prison system. But the damage was done. The world had seen El Chapo slip through their hands, and in doing so, had seen the fragility of the state itself. For Guzman, the humiliation of his enemies was fuel. He leaned into the myth, letting the story of the laundry cart spread, letting it take on a life of its own. To the people of Sinaloa, he became something larger than a trafficker. He was the trickster who fooled the government, the David who mocked Goliath. Ballads sang of his escape, turning his story into music, his defiance into poetry. And each verse carried the same message: El Chapo cannot be held. Yet freedom was never truly safe. Every step outside prison walls carried risk. Every movement, every deal, every alliance could expose him. He knew the state would never stop hunting. He knew rivals would never stop plotting. His escape was victory, but it was also a new battlefield, one where every mistake could be fatal. Still, he moved forward with the same relentlessness that had carried him from La Tuna's poverty to the top of Mexico's underworld. He expanded routes, strengthened alliances, and prepared for wars that would define the next decade. And as he did, one truth remained clear. The escape from Puente Grande was not just a moment. It was a declaration that walls meant nothing, that systems could be bent, that El Chapo was a man who refused to be contained. For the government, the shame lingered like a wound. For Guzman, the night of January 19th was rebirth. He had entered prison as a legend in the making. He left it as something else entirely, an untouchable force, a myth wrapped in flesh. But myths cast long shadows, and in those shadows, enemies gathered, waiting for the moment when even the Tunnel King might run out of exits. The earth trembled, not from an earthquake, but from something far quieter, far more deliberate. Deep below the surface, men worked by lantern light, hacking through dirt with shovels and drills, carving out a passage that stretched like an artery beneath the border. Above them, customs officers patrolled highways, border agents inspected trucks, and policemen checkpoints. They believed they were tightening the noose. But far under their boots, Joaquin Guzman was rewriting the rules of the game. Tunnels had always existed in Mexico's drug trade. Crude, short, barely more than holes dug to smuggle small loads across fences. But Guzman looked at them differently. To him, they were not shortcuts. They were lifelines. Invisible highways buried under earth, impossible to patrol, impossible to police. The boy from La Tuna, who had grown up watching mountains conceal secrets, understood something others overlooked. The earth itself could be an accomplice, and he would use it to outwit the world's most powerful border defenses. The idea took hold in the 1990s, when border security tightened and shipments by road or air grew riskier. Trucks were stopped, planes were intercepted, soldiers and DEA agents prowled like wolves. Guzman needed something new, something that turned the border's strength into weakness. A wall is only strong if you accept it as unmovable. But dig beneath it, and it becomes meaningless. The first major tunnels under Guzman's command shocked even his rivals. They were not crude holes. They were engineered with care, built with ventilation systems, reinforced walls, even electric lighting. Some stretched the length of multiple football fields, linking warehouses in Mexico directly to warehouses in the United States. A truck could drive up to one door, unload bricks of cocaine or marijuana, and within minutes those bricks emerged on the other side, beyond fences, beyond patrols, beyond suspicion. To the men who worked these tunnels, it felt less like crime and more like infrastructure. They weren't just digging. They were constructing underground railroads of narcotics. Some tunnels even had rail systems, carts running back and forth like miners in a gold rush. Except the gold here was white powder, pressed bricks of cocaine worth millions once they crossed the line. For Guzman, tunnels became more than logistics. They became a signature, a symbol of his audacity. Rivals flaunted their wealth with mansions and wild parties. He flaunted his ingenuity by burrowing under obstacles others called impossible. Each tunnel was both a weapon and a message, that no wall, no fence, no checkpoint could contain him. He was not fighting the border. He was going beneath it. Agents on the other side were stunned. When they raided warehouses and discovered trapdoors opening into elaborate tunnels, it was like stepping into another world. What they expected to be crude smuggling holes revealed themselves as feats of engineering. One DEA agent described it as standing inside a subway line designed by criminals. The shock was not just at the craftsmanship, but at the realization of how much money, planning, and manpower these tunnels required. This was not improvisation. This was an industry. Each tunnel deepened his legend. Ballads began to call him the king of the underground, the man who turned the earth into his ally. His enemies cursed him, his followers praised him, and governments shook their heads in frustration. They spent billions on border security, but Guzman spent millions on shovels and drills, and won. The tunnels were also metaphors for Guzman's life. He had always been a man who found exits where none existed. As a boy, he slipped past hunger by selling fruit on the streets. As a trafficker, he slipped past rivals by negotiating while others fought. As a prisoner, he slipped past bars by bending guards to his will. And now, as a fugitive, he slipped past borders by vanishing beneath them. Every tunnel was another reminder that he could not be contained. But tunnels were more than escape and smuggling. They were also power. In the drug trade, routes are everything. Whoever controls the routes controls the money. And whoever controls the money controls the man. By digging his own pathways, Guzman didn't just bypass obstacles, he bypassed rivals. He no longer had to beg or fight for access through Tijuana or Juarez. He created his own doors, carved his own arteries, built his own empire of dirt. The engineering projects required trust, secrecy, and ruthless enforcement. Dozens of men dug in silence, knowing betrayal meant death. Entire communities near the border lived with whispers of hidden passageways beneath their feet. Some benefited, paid off with wages far beyond normal work. Others lived in fear, aware that discovery would bring violence or retaliation. For those communities, the tunnels were ghosts, unseen, but always felt. One of the most famous tunnels emerged in Otay Mesa, linking a warehouse in Tijuana to one in San Diego. When authorities discovered it, complete with rails, lights, and ventilation, it became international news. Commentators compared it to the tunnels of wartime, like the underground passages of Vietnam, except these were not for soldiers. They were for bricks of cocaine, moving silently under one of the most policed borders in the world. For Guzman, the tunnels were not just strategy. They were identity. He became obsessed, commissioning new ones, experimenting with designs, pushing his men to dig deeper, longer, smarter. Some collapsed. Some were discovered. But for every tunnel exposed, another remained hidden. And the hidden ones made him rich beyond measure. Each successful run through his underground highways filled his coffers with millions. Each failure taught him lessons he used to dig better next time. The irony was bitter. Governments built walls, fences, checkpoints, spending fortunes to make the border impenetrable. And Guzman, with patience and shovels, turned that investment into irrelevance. He did not fight the wall. He redefined it. To him, obstacles were illusions, barriers waiting to be outsmarted. And every time he succeeded, his legend as the Tunnel King grew. Yet with each tunnel came more attention. The DEA formed task forces dedicated solely to finding and destroying them. Engineers studied soil composition to predict where he might dig next. Surveillance increased. But Guzman stayed ahead. He moved faster, dug smarter, kept his operations fluid. To him, the chase was part of the game. Each time a tunnel was found, he simply smiled and started another. For his rivals, the tunnels were infuriating. While they fought bloody wars over plazas and checkpoints, Guzman moved beneath them, literally undercutting their empires. The Arellano Felix brothers in Tijuana relied on violence to control their crossings. Guzman relied on silence and engineering. And in the end, silence proved harder to stop. But tunnels carried risk, too. Construction was expensive, secrecy fragile, and discovery devastating. Each time a tunnel was exposed, Guzman's men had to move quickly, abandoning infrastructure worth millions. Yet the risk was worth it. Even a single successful shipment through a tunnel could recoup the cost and deliver profits beyond imagination. The math was simple. One tunnel might fail, but 10 would succeed. And that ratio was enough to keep his empire alive. For the Mexican government, each discovery was humiliation. Photos of tunnels splashed across newspapers, showing the world that Mexico's sovereignty was being eaten from beneath. For the United States, it was a reminder that its billions spent on border security were being mocked by a man with drills. The tunnels turned the war on drugs into theater, with Guzman as its trickster star. And for Guzman himself, the tunnels were proof of destiny. He had once crawled through the drains of Los Mochis to escape Marines. He had once hidden in laundry carts to slip past prison gates. Now, he commanded an empire of tunnels so vast that they seemed to belong to another world entirely. He was not just a trafficker. He was an engineer of invisibility, a king whose crown was carved from dirt and shadow. The myth grew with every whisper of another tunnel, every rumor of secret doors hidden in warehouses, every discovery that revealed how much had gone unseen. To his followers, it was inspiration. To his enemies, it was despair. To the state, it was an embarrassment. And to the man himself, it was a promise that as long as the earth existed beneath his feet, he would never run out of exits. But tunnels, like all creations, cast shadows. Each one dug deeper not just into the ground, but into the danger surrounding him. The more he relied on them, the more governments hunted him, the more rivals hated him, the more his legend demanded he prove himself again and again. Each tunnel was both salvation and curse. As he sat in safe houses, listening to reports of shipments gliding through underground passageways, Guzman must have felt the power thrumming like a heartbeat. He had turned dirt into dominion. He had bent nature into an ally. He had built highways where none were supposed to exist. And yet, deep down, he knew the truth that haunted every escape, every trick, every tunnel, that one day, the earth might close around him instead of opening. For now, though, he was untouchable. He was El Chapo, the Tunnel King. And the world above could only wonder where the next passage would lead, and how long it would remain hidden before erupting into daylight. Because tunnels do not last forever, and neither do the men who dig them. The agents could hardly believe their eyes. They had expected to find a crude passageway hacked into the dirt, the kind of smuggler's tunnel that collapsed after a few runs. Instead, what they discovered looked like something built by a government, not a cartel. It had electric lights strung along the walls, reinforced beams holding up the ceiling, ventilation systems pushing air through narrow ducts, even a small rail track running carts back and forth. It was less a tunnel and more an underground highway, designed for efficiency, secrecy, and scale. This was not improvisation. This was architecture. By the early 2000s, Joaquin Guzman was no longer content with simple holes in the ground. The early tunnels had proven their worth, but they had also shown their limitations. They were slow, cramped, vulnerable to collapse, and easy to discover if poorly hidden. If he wanted to keep outpacing the billions being poured into border security, he needed more than crude passages. He needed innovation. And so, Guzman escalated. He began commissioning what authorities would later call supertunnels. These were not dug with shovels and hope. They were engineered with precision, using technology that blurred the line between criminal ingenuity and professional construction. The men who dug them were not just laborers anymore. Some were miners, some were engineers, some were electricians, brought in under layers of secrecy. They worked in shifts, deep beneath warehouses, guided by blueprints and whispered orders. The deeper they dug, the stranger the sensation became. It was as if they were building a city beneath the earth, an invisible world parallel to the one above. Down there, away from sunlight, time lost meaning. The only clock that mattered was the cartel's demand. Dig faster, dig better, dig deeper. From the outside, there was nothing unusual. A warehouse in Tijuana, a storage facility in Nogales, a small industrial building in Mexicali. But hidden behind false walls or trapdoors, a staircase would descend into darkness. And at the bottom, another reality opened up, steel beams driven into clay, electrical wiring running along concrete walls, generators humming softly in the background. Some tunnels were so tall a man could stand upright. Others stretched longer than a mile, zigzagging to avoid detection, plunging beneath highways and fences before surfacing in an unsuspecting neighborhood on the other side. The scale was staggering. Authorities who discovered these tunnels compared them to subway lines or mining projects. Some included hydraulic lifts to lower heavy cargo. Others had rail systems that carried carts loaded with hundreds of pounds of cocaine or marijuana, shuttling them smoothly under one of the most fortified borders in the world. What had started as holes in the ground had now become technological marvels, underground pipelines of narcotics. For Guzman, the supertunnels were more than smuggling routes. They were declarations of power. Each one proved that no amount of steel, sensors, or soldiers could stop him. Governments raised fences higher, stretched patrols tighter, spent fortunes on surveillance. But Guzman answered not with violence, but with ingenuity. He simply went underneath. Every discovery made headlines, but every discovery also carried a taunt. For every tunnel exposed, another lay waiting, unseen, still moving millions across the line. Inside the cartel, the tunnels became sources of awe and fear. Workers marveled at their complexity, at the fact that they were building something the world was never supposed to see. but they also feared the silence required to keep them secret. A single whisper to the wrong person could mean execution. To labor in one of Guzman's tunnels was to vanish into shadow. You went down into the earth not just to dig, but to disappear. The U.S. authorities scrambled to respond. Special task forces were created, engineers brought in to study soil composition and predict likely tunnel routes. Sophisticated equipment was deployed, ground-penetrating radar, vibration sensors, seismic monitors. Yet the technology often failed. The border was long, the soil unpredictable, and Guzman's men were clever. They learned to dig around sensors, to mask vibrations with noise, to build entrances in places no one expected. For every $1 million spent on detection, Guzman spent a fraction on adaptation. And time and again, he won. One particularly famous tunnel discovered in 2010 stretched more than 2,000 feet, linking a warehouse in Tijuana to one in San Diego. It had reinforced walls, electric lights, and a rail system running carts of narcotics. When agents descended into it, the silence was eerie, the air damp and cold, the rails gleaming under flashlight beams. It felt less like crime than like stepping into an abandoned subway built by ghosts. The thought chilled investigators. If this was what they had found, how many others remained unseen? The tunnels also shifted the balance of cartel wars. Rival groups fought bloody battles over plazas and checkpoints, killing by the hundreds to control border crossings. Guzman sidestepped much of that bloodshed by simply burrowing beneath the fight. While rivals slaughtered each other over bridges and highways, his shipments flowed silently under their feet. The tunnels became his trump card, his silent advantage, a weapon more powerful than any gun battle. But each success carried risk. The more elaborate the tunnels became, the more attention they drew when discovered. Newspapers called them engineering wonders. Television reports compared them to military bunkers. The legend of El Chapo grew, painting him not just as a kingpin, but as a visionary, a trickster who turned the earth itself into his accomplice. And while the myth bolstered his reputation, it also painted a larger target on his back. Governments hated being mocked, and every new supertunnel mocked them louder. For the communities near the border, the tunnels were both curse and lifeline. Some locals were paid handsomely to look the other way, their silence purchased by cash. Others lived in fear, knowing that to stumble upon a tunnel entrance was to sign a death warrant. Children whispered about monsters underground, shadows moving in the earth. And in a sense, they were right. There was a monster down there, not with claws or fangs, but with drills, rail carts, and money flowing like a subterranean river. For Guzman, the tunnels became extensions of his personality. He had always been a man who lived in the shadows, slipping through cracks, vanishing where others would be caught. Now he commanded an entire shadow world beneath the soil. If the cartels were kingdoms, his was the one that did not stop at the surface. He ruled both above and below. And yet, the tunnels also revealed something else, his obsession with control. To trust roads meant to trust checkpoints, bribes, and negotiations. To trust planes meant to risk radars and interceptions. But to trust tunnels was to trust only himself. They were private, secret, invisible. They were his personal arteries, carrying the lifeblood of his empire where no one could see. And that secrecy, that independence, fed his paranoia as much as it fed his ambition. As the years went on, the tunnels grew longer, deeper, more elaborate. Some dipped beneath rivers. Others curved to avoid geological faults. Engineers whispered that soon, they might span distances that once seemed impossible. Each project pushed boundaries, not just of law, but of imagination. The tunnels became symbols of how far ambition could go when it answered to no law, no government, no morality. And still, for all their ingenuity, they were fragile. A single collapse could bury men alive. A single betrayal could expose months of work. And every time one was discovered, Guzman felt the sting of loss. Not just financial, but personal. Each tunnel was like a secret diary of his empire. And when agents walked its halls with flashlights, they were reading his private script aloud to the world. But Guzman was never one to linger on loss. When one tunnel closed, he ordered another opened. When one was exposed, he demanded the next be deeper, smarter, faster. Like a magician forced to top his last trick, he raised the stakes again and again. And the world waited, breath held, to see what new passage the Tunnel King would unveil. Because by then, tunnels were no longer just strategy. They were prophecy. They foretold not just how he smuggled drugs, but how he saw himself, untouchable, unstoppable, always finding a way forward. But prophecy is a dangerous thing. The more you believe in it, the more you gamble everything on its truth. And Guzman was gambling everything on the Earth's ability to keep his secrets. Yet secrets, like tunnels, collapse eventually. And every new passage dug brought him closer to the day when the Earth itself would betray him. For now, though, he remained hidden, his empire flowing beneath borders like a ghostly current. To the world above, soldiers marched, fences rose, cameras scanned. But underground, lights flickered on, carts rolled forward, and bricks of cocaine slid silently beneath the line. The super tunnels were alive, carrying not just drugs, but the legend of the man who built them. And with every rail track laid, with every vent installed, with every secret staircase built behind a false wall, the legend of the Tunnel King grew deeper, darker, and harder to erase. But legends, like tunnels, can collapse. And as the super tunnels stretched farther, the question became unavoidable. Would El Chapo's empire keep flowing underground forever? Or would the earth that protected him finally give way, burying him beneath the weight of his own ambition? The tunnels had made him untouchable, but tunnels alone could not build an empire. Guzman knew this. For every rail cart shuttling drugs beneath the border, there were alliances above ground that kept the machinery turning. Smuggling was not just about dirt and engineering. It was about people, about trust, about making the right friends in a world where betrayal was the deadliest currency of all. And so, even as he was perfecting his underground kingdom, Guzman was also building something else, a network of men who could hold his empire together. At the heart of this network were two names whispered with reverence and fear: Ismael El Mayo Zambada and Juan Jose El Azul Esparagoza. They were not just allies. They were the architects of survival. El Mayo was the old fox of the Sinaloa world, a man who had lived through the rise and fall of cartels without ever seeing the inside of a prison cell. Where Guzman was brash, El Mayo was patient. Where Guzman loved spectacle, El Mayo preferred silence. He knew that real power was not about headlines. It was about longevity. And to survive for decades in the chaos of Mexico's underworld, one needed to master the art of invisibility. El Azul was different still. He was the negotiator, the man who could end wars before they started, who spoke in calm tones and drew maps in his head while others pulled triggers. If Guzman was the fire and El Mayo the smoke, El Azul was the water, steady and cool, shaping everything without ever being seen. Together, the three men formed what some would later call the Federation, a loose but powerful pact that allowed the Sinaloa Cartel to grow into something larger than any one man. Each brought something to the table the others lacked. Guzman had vision and daring. El Mayo had patience and networks. El Azul had diplomacy and restraint. In a world where egos usually burned alliances to the ground, this strange balance held. It began quietly, with whispered meetings in safe houses and ranches, far from the eyes of authorities. No dramatic pacts sealed with blood. No grand declarations of unity. Just small agreements. You move your shipments through this corridor, I'll handle the payments in this city. We split the risks, we share the profits. Piece by piece, the agreements stacked until they were no longer just favors. They were a structure, a cartel within a cartel, a kingdom with three rulers who each played a different role. What made the arrangement extraordinary was not just its power, but its stability. In the underworld, partnerships rarely lasted. Betrayals were inevitable, ambition corrosive. But Guzman, El Mayo, and El Azul found a way to make it work. They did not fight to be kings of the same throne. Instead, they built three thrones side by side. And as long as each respected the other's domain, the empire thrived. For Guzman, this meant trust, but also risk. He was a man who had spent his life slipping through cracks, relying on secrecy and tunnels to stay alive. Now, he was forced to rely on men. Trust was a tunnel of its own, dark and fragile. One collapse could bury him. And yet he stepped inside, because he knew he could not win alone. The effect was immediate. Shipments flowed more smoothly. Disputes with rival groups were managed more carefully. Money came faster, cleaner, in rivers rather than trickles. The cartel began to look less like a scattered collection of smuggling crews and more like a multinational company. Each leader like an executive, each region like a department, each tunnel like a supply chain. But with growth came attention. Authorities began to notice the sheer scale of what was happening. The Sinaloa Cartel was not just surviving. It was consolidating. And consolidation made it harder to dismantle. Arrest one man, and two others stepped forward to keep the gears moving. Capture Guzman, and El Mayo held the reins. Hunt El Mayo, and El Azul calmed the waters. It was a three-headed beast, and cutting off one head never killed it. Inside the cartel, the alliance carried a strange kind of respect. Guzman's men revered him for his daring, but they also whispered about the wisdom of El Mayo and the cunning of El Azul. Soldiers in the field knew that when they carried a load across the desert, it was not just for one boss, but for three. And that knowledge carried weight. It meant that betrayal was harder, defection more dangerous. To cross one was to cross all. The rivals watched with dread. Other cartels, fragmented by betrayals and feuds, struggled to understand how three men could share power without killing each other. To them, it seemed unnatural, impossible. But in that impossibility lay Guzman's greatest weapon. The Sinaloa Cartel was no longer just another cartel. It was an alliance of survivors. And yet, beneath the surface, tensions simmered. Guzman's hunger for expansion sometimes clashed with El Mayo's preference for caution. El Azul's diplomacy occasionally frustrated Guzman's taste for violence. These differences were manageable most of the time, but when cracks appeared, they were dangerous. Because in a world where alliances kept you alive, even small fractures could invite disaster. One meeting in particular revealed the balance. Guzman, fresh from another escape and eager to rebuild, pushed for aggressive expansion into new territories. El Mayo, calm as ever, reminded him that too much growth too quickly drew too much heat. El Azul, sitting between them, smoothed the edges, finding a compromise that allowed both ambition and restraint. It was a delicate dance, one that had to be repeated again and again. But for years, it worked. The expansion was not just geographical. With alliances, the cartel diversified. It moved beyond cocaine and marijuana into methamphetamine, heroin, synthetic drugs. Each product carried new profits, but also new risks. Laboratories replaced fields. Chemists replaced farmers. International partnerships replaced local bribes. The cartel was evolving, becoming not just a drug empire, but a corporate empire in all but name. And at the center of it all stood Guzman, the tunnel king, no longer just the man who dug under borders, but the man who dug into alliances, carving out a place where his daring could be amplified by the wisdom of others. He was no longer alone in the dark. He had partners now, shadows standing beside his own. But shadows are fickle things. They shift with light, stretch with time, vanish when the sun rises. And for all the strength of the Federation, it was still bound by secrecy, by trust, by the fragile understanding that each man needed the others. As long as that held, the empire would grow. But the moment it cracked, the beast could devour itself from within. For the time being, though, the balance held. Together, they expanded routes into Central America, forged ties in Colombia, and even reached across oceans into Europe and Asia. The drugs flowed farther than ever before. The money stacked higher than anyone had imagined. The tunnels carried the product north, but the alliances carried the empire everywhere. And yet, even as the empire stretched outward, Guzman's paranoia deepened. He knew that every alliance was temporary. He knew that men as powerful as El Mayo and El Azul were not just partners, they were potential rivals. He trusted them because he had to, but in the silence of the night, he wondered how long it would last. How long before ambition tore them apart. History would later show that he was right to worry. But in those years, as the Federation rose to dominance, it seemed unstoppable. A cartel unlike any before it, run not by one king, but by three. Each different, each essential, each holding the empire together in a fragile balance. And Guzman, standing among them, could not shake the thought that haunted him. Alliances are tunnels too. And like tunnels, they can collapse without warning. The walls of trust were strong for now. But every wall, no matter how reinforced, carries cracks hidden deep inside. And for a man who lived by tunnels, he knew better than anyone. Cracks, left unchecked, always grow. It was just before dawn when the silence broke. A thud at the door, heavy boots on the stairwell, the sound of radios crackling in hushed bursts. The seaside air was still thick with the smell of salt and the faint echo of waves. But inside the condominium tower in Mazatlan, tension pressed down like a storm about to snap. For years, he had outrun them. For years, Joaquin Guzman had slipped through nets cast by governments, armies, and agents who swore they would catch him. But on this February morning in 2014, the chase came crashing through the door. The arrest itself looked almost ordinary on the surface. A simple apartment, a narrow hallway, the man who had once commanded a global empire blinking in the harsh fluorescent light. There was no blaze of gunfire, no desperate last stand, no explosions tearing through walls. He was found barefoot, half asleep, surrounded by bodyguards too stunned to react. And yet, the quietness of it was what made it so shocking. The man who had tunneled under borders, who had defied the Mexican state and the American DEA for decades, was caught not in a fortress, but in a seaside condo, as vulnerable as any ordinary man. But the simplicity of that capture hid the storm that had led to it. For months, intelligence units had been piecing together fragments of his movements. A tapped phone here, a tracked courier there, surveillance cameras in small towns where whispers said he had passed through. Each clue was a thread, and when pulled together, they formed a map leading to Mazatlan. It was not luck. It was persistence. Authorities had learned that chasing Guzman in the open was useless. He knew the mountains too well. He knew the roads, the escape routes, the safe houses. So instead, they focused on patterns. Every empire, no matter how cunning, leaves a trail. And Guzman's trail was people. He could vanish into tunnels, disappear into the Sierras, but he still needed cooks, guards, couriers, lovers. He still needed the machinery of daily life. And it was through those ordinary lives that investigators finally found him. A housemaid delivering groceries, a girlfriend moving between cities, an engineer repairing a piece of equipment, small details that added up. Step by step, the circle tightened until the walls around Mazatlan closed in. The operation itself carried the weight of expectation. Mexican Marines, trained by American counterparts, moved with precision. They had rehearsed for months, learning not just how to storm a room, but how to capture a myth. Because Guzman was not just a man, they knew that. He was a story, a symbol, a phantom that governments had promised to catch for years. Failing again would not just be a tactical mistake. It would be humiliation. Inside the condo, Guzman stirred awake as the noise approached. Some say he reached for a weapon. Others insist he barely had time to process what was happening. What is certain is that he did not fight. Perhaps he knew the futility of it. Perhaps he thought another escape would come. After all, prison had never held him before. His eyes, witnesses recall, were not those of a broken man. They were sharp, calculating, already thinking past the moment. For him, survival was not about resisting. It was about enduring long enough to find the next crack in the wall. For the Marines who burst into the room, the moment was surreal. They had expected chaos, bullets flying, bodies dropping. Instead, they found the most wanted drug lord in the world standing there, smaller than they imagined, with no entourage of firepower to protect him. And in that strangeness came a realization. Myths are louder than men. The figure they had hunted for so long, the giant in headlines and legends, was still flesh and bone. News of the capture spread in minutes. Screens across Mexico flashed with the image. El Chapo in custody, flanked by armed guards, his head bowed slightly, his shirt wrinkled as though he had just risen from bed. For the government, it was a triumph, a chance to declare victory in a war where victories were rare. Politicians lined up to praise the operation, to hold him up as proof that the state was still stronger than the cartels. But on the streets of Sinaloa, the reaction was different. There, he was not just a criminal. To many, he was a Robin Hood figure, the man who built roads, gave money to the poor, who made sure children had medicine when the government turned its back. His arrest was met with whispers of betrayal, with prayers for his survival, with the quiet certainty that somehow he would escape again. Because if history had taught anything, it was that El Chapo could not be caged for long. Behind the triumph, though, lay questions. How had he been caught this time when he had evaded capture so many times before? Some whispered about betrayal inside his own circle. Others suggested that the government had help from rival cartels eager to weaken Sinaloa's dominance. The truth, as always, was a mix of patience, intelligence work, and the inevitability that even the most careful man makes mistakes. What stood out most in Mazatlan was not just the arrest itself, but the symbolism of where it happened. A beach town, a place of leisure and escape, where tourists drank cocktails while Marines stormed condos. The clash of worlds could not have been sharper. One moment, a paradise by the sea. The next, a global headline about the fall of the Tunnel King. Yet the fall was not complete. Those who celebrated his capture forgot the lesson of history. Guzman had already proven that prison walls were no match for his ingenuity. In 2001, he had vanished from Puente Grande in a laundry cart, leaving guards humiliated and governments scrambling. To assume Mazatlan was the end was to underestimate a man who had built an empire on the art of escape. Still, for that brief moment, it felt like a turning point. International partners congratulated Mexico, claiming that the tide of the drug war was shifting. Journalists called it the biggest capture since Pablo Escobar. Commentators debated whether it marked the beginning of the end for the Sinaloa Cartel. But beneath the noise, in the shadows of Sinaloa's mountains, his allies were already moving. The empire did not pause because one man was in chains. The machine kept running, fueled by tunnels, by shipments, by alliances too deep to unravel overnight. And Guzman, though captured, knew this. When agents questioned him, when cameras flashed in his face, he carried the look of a man who had already begun plotting the next move. To him, Mazatlan was not an end. It was a pause, a storm that would pass. The walls might hold him for now, but he believed every wall has a weakness. And in that belief lay the seed of what was to come. The Marines who led him out of the condo spoke later of the silence in the air. No grand speech, no defiance, no begging. Just silence, heavy and unbroken, as though Guzman himself understood that words were unnecessary. His life had been one long conversation with fate, and this was just another chapter. And so the Tunnel King was led away, barefoot on the tiled floors of Mazatlan, past the sea that shimmered indifferently outside. For the world, it was proof that even the untouchable could be touched. For Guzman, it was only another tunnel, one whose exit he had not yet found, but knew, deep down, still existed. History would prove him right. But on that February morning, the world only saw a man in custody, a government celebrating victory, and a story that felt, for a moment, like it had finally reached its end. The truth was more complicated. The truth was that empires do not collapse in a single arrest. They bend, they shift, they adapt. And the man who had once escaped in a laundry cart had not yet played his final hand. The sun rose higher over Mazatlan that day, casting long shadows across the sea. Somewhere in those shadows, between triumph and illusion, the future waited. And the question lingered like a storm cloud that refused to break. Was this really the end of El Chapo, or just another pause before the inevitable escape? They called it escape-proof. A fortress of steel and concrete where no one could ever dream of slipping out. The walls of Altiplano prison rose like a challenge, a monument to the government's vow that Joaquin Guzman would never walk free again. Cameras covered every angle. Guards rotated in shifts designed to keep eyes sharp. The doors were reinforced, the corridors layered with checkpoints, each barrier stronger than the last. In theory, it was a cage no man could break. And yet, on the day he entered, Guzman's silence suggested he saw it differently. The transfer from Mazatlan to Altiplano carried the weight of a spectacle. Helicopters roared overhead, armored vehicles rolled down highways, and officials paraded the operation as proof of power. The most wanted man in the world had been delivered to the one place designed to crush him. He was no longer the untouchable lord of the Sierras, no longer the master of tunnels and shadows. He was inmate number 3870. To the world, that number stripped him of myth. To Guzman, it was just another disguise. Inside Altiplano, the routine was merciless. He was isolated, confined to a cell barely large enough for a narrow bed and a concrete slab that doubled as a desk. The walls were bare, the air stale, the silence broken only by the echo of metal doors clanging shut. Guards checked his presence every few minutes, a relentless cycle meant to erode hope. He was watched even when he slept, a red beam of light glinting across his body like a reminder that his every breath was monitored. The prison's reputation rested not just on walls and cameras, but on psychology. It was built to break men from the inside. Inmates were rotated between cells at random to prevent memorizing layouts. Showers and exercise hours were staggered to keep routines unpredictable. Even conversations were controlled, limited to a handful of words exchanged with guards who had been ordered to remain stone-faced. The message was clear. In Altiplano, there was no space for escape and no space for the imagination that makes escape possible. But Guzman was not like the others. Where most saw walls, he saw patterns. Where most felt despair, he felt time stretching forward like a puzzle waiting to be solved. In silence, he studied everything. The footsteps of guards, the hum of fluorescent lights, the faint vibration in the floor when heavy doors opened far down the corridor. To anyone else, these were meaningless details. To him, they were cracks in the armor. Authorities celebrated his confinement as the final word in a long battle. Politicians appeared on television, their voices heavy with triumph, declaring that Mexico had proven its strength. They spoke of restoring faith, of sending a message to the cartels. For a moment, the narrative was clean, the victory undeniable. But beneath that confidence lay unease. Because Altiplano, for all its steel and concrete, had never held a man like Guzman before. Even guards whispered about it when no one was listening. They had heard the stories, the endless escapes, the impossible comebacks. They looked at the cameras and wondered if the system they trusted was enough. Fear is a strange thing in a prison. It flows not just from the inmates, but into the staff, into the walls themselves. And with Guzman, the fear was not of violence in the corridors. It was of the silence in his eyes. For Guzman, prison was never the end. It was a waiting room. He had slipped past chains before, walked out of Puente Grande hidden in a laundry cart, while officials swore he was untouchable. He knew that escape was not about strength. It was about patience, about knowing that every fortress has a flaw, even the ones built to be perfect. Altiplano was no different. Its flaw was human belief. The arrogance of thinking steel alone could contain him. As the weeks stretched on, routine became his weapon. Guards relaxed slightly when nothing happened. Shifts blurred into one another. The cameras kept recording, but attention drifted, as it always does when days turn to weeks, weeks to months. Complacency is a slow poison, and in Altiplano it seeped into the cracks. Outside the walls, his empire remained alive. Allies moved carefully, communicating through coded messages, lawyers, and visitors who appeared to be harmless but carried whispers of larger plans. The Sinaloa Cartel was not built on one man, but it did not abandon him either. While the world believed he was caged forever, his people were already thinking like he was free. Because if Guzman had taught them anything, it was that freedom was never impossible, it was only delayed. The irony of Altiplano was stark. The very systems designed to humiliate him only sharpened his resolve. Every bed check, every humiliating strip search, every moment under the glare of cameras reinforced his obsession with proving the state wrong. For the government, those routines symbolized control. For Guzman, they were the rhythm of a clock ticking down to his next escape. What gnawed at officials was memory. In 2001, they had sworn the same thing, that he was secured, that prison walls would hold him. The embarrassment of that escape had haunted Mexico's government for years and open wound in the credibility of its institutions. Now, with him back behind bars, they repeated the promise. This time, they said, it would be different. This time, there would be no escape. And yet, history has a way of mocking certainty. Rumors trickled through the prison system like smoke. Inmates whispered that Guzman was calm, too calm, as if he knew something others did not. Guards noticed the way he studied corners, the way his eyes lingered on the floor. Officials dismissed it as paranoia, but paranoia is often just foresight in disguise. Altiplano's strength lay in its belief that it had eliminated unpredictability. But Guzman thrived in unpredictability. He understood that walls were never as solid as they appeared. They were built by men, and anything built by men could be undone by men. As the months passed, the world outside moved on. Politicians congratulated themselves on progress in the drug war. Journalists speculated about whether this was the true end of Guzman's reign. Analysts debated whether his cartel would fracture without him. And yet, in the silence of his cell, he kept listening, waiting, marking the rhythms of a prison that believed it had beaten him. The guards saw a man aging in confinement. They saw a legend reduced to silence. They believed the story was closing. But what they did not see was the calculation behind his stillness. They mistook quiet for surrender, when in fact it was preparation. Every empire writes its own myths, and every prison tells itself lies. Altiplano's lie was that it was unbreakable. Guzman's truth was that he had already broken free long before his body did. In his mind, the walls were already gone, the guards already fooled, the path already dug. All that was left was time. And time, in prison, is always on the side of the patient. So when the lights flickered late at night, when the floor trembled faintly with sounds too distant to trace, some guards felt a chill in their bones. They could not explain it, and they dismissed it quickly, but it lingered all the same. Because deep down, even in Altiplano, there was a truth no one wanted to admit. If anyone could break this place, it was him. The man they believed they had finally caged was already studying his next tunnel. The air in his cell was still heavy, the cameras still watching, the guards still pacing. But beneath the surface, something was moving. And though no one could see it yet, the ground itself seemed to hum with possibility. Altiplano was supposed to be the end. Instead, it was the beginning of another story, one that would shake the world's faith in walls, in locks, in the very idea of escape-proof prisons. And in that silence, as the cameras kept recording and the guards kept walking, one question loomed in the air like a shadow. How long could the myth of Altiplano hold before the man inside tore it apart? The silence broke with the sound of running water. It was an ordinary night in Altiplano prison, the kind of night guards had lived through 100 times before. Cameras flickered, doors clanged, footsteps echoed down polished corridors. Nothing unusual, nothing suspicious. And then, in a small cell monitored by relentless surveillance, Joaquin Guzman stepped into his shower stall and vanished. At first, no one realized what had happened. A guard glanced at the monitor, saw a figure pacing the narrow space, then turned his attention elsewhere. The cameras in Altiplano never pointed directly into the showers. Privacy, the officials had insisted. Even escape-proof prisons bend to human rights. And so, for those crucial moments, Guzman was shielded from the one thing that might have stopped him: eyes. Beneath his feet, the earth itself had been carved into a secret highway. A tunnel stretched out like a buried artery, pulsing with the breath of freedom. It was no ordinary hole in the ground. It was a mile-long engineering marvel, equipped with lighting, ventilation, and even a modified motorcycle mounted on rails to carry tools and men through its darkness. Built with the precision of an underground subway, it was a feat of criminal ambition that mocked the very notion of Altiplano's invincibility. The plan had been years in the making. Somewhere beyond the prison walls, crews had worked night after night, their drills vibrating through the soil, their sweat dampening the underground air. They moved earth by the ton, carrying it out in secret, disguising the operation under the cover of construction sites. To dig a tunnel of that length, with that accuracy, required more than tools. It required faith. Faith that their leader was worth every risk. Faith that the government would never notice the ground beneath its fortress being hollowed out. Back inside the prison, Guzman lowered himself into the gap, a narrow shaft hidden beneath the tiles of his shower. He climbed down into darkness, the air cooler, the sound muffled. For the first time in months, there were no cameras, no guards, no eyes watching. Just a tunnel stretching forward like a promise. He swung his legs over the motorcycle rail system, pressed forward, and let the machine carry him into the depths. Above ground, the guards continued their rotations. They counted the minutes, expecting the usual rhythms of a prisoner's night. But minutes stretched into something else, an absence that grew heavier with each passing second. By the time someone noticed the silence had become too long, it was already too late. The alarm rang through Altiplano like a scream. Boots pounded against concrete, radios crackled, doors slammed open. Cells lit up as guards tore through the block, searching, shouting, demanding answers. In Guzman's cell, they found only the shower stall, its tiles cracked open, the earth beneath exposed like a wound. The sight drained the blood from their faces. Altiplano, the unbreakable fortress, had been broken. News spread before dawn. Mexico woke to disbelief. Screens across the country flashed images of officials pale with shame, their words stumbling under the weight of failure. The man they had paraded as a capture trophy was gone again. Not in a blaze of violence, not through a riot or a bribe at the gate, but through the very earth itself. It was a humiliation so complete it felt surreal, a nightmare that mocked the idea of control. For ordinary citizens, it was more than just another escape. It was proof of something they had long suspected, that the state's promises were fragile, that power often bent where money pushed, that no wall was ever high enough, no lock ever strong enough. In whispers across villages and cities, people said it the way they always did. El Chapo had embarrassed the government again. Officials scrambled for explanations. How had a mile-long tunnel been dug under one of the most secure prisons in the country without anyone noticing? Who had supplied the materials, the machinery, the blueprints? How many hands had been paid off? How many eyes had looked away? Each question was heavier than the last, because every answer pointed to the same truth. It was not just an escape, it was an indictment. Inside the walls of power, panic set in. Politicians feared the fallout. Generals fumed at the humiliation, and international partners raised their eyebrows at Mexico's credibility. The United States, which had long pushed for Guzman's extradition, now looked on with sharp criticism. The man they wanted behind American bars was once again out in the open, his legend swelling larger than before. But beyond the headlines, there was another story unfolding. For Guzman, the escape was not just freedom, it was resurrection. The tunnel was more than a physical passage. It was a metaphor for his life. He had built his empire in the shadows, beneath the surface, moving unseen while others fought in the light. Just as his drugs traveled through tunnels beneath borders, he himself had slipped beneath the ground to emerge reborn. The men who built the tunnel had risked everything. Some had likely never even met the man they were saving, yet their loyalty was carved into the soil. They understood that El Chapo was more than a boss. He was a symbol, a man whose freedom represented defiance against the state itself. Each shovel of dirt they removed was not just labor, it was belief. Back in the prison, guards sat with their heads in their hands, replaying every moment. The ones who had glanced at the monitors, the ones who had walked past his cell. Each carried the weight of guilt, though many suspected the truth was larger than negligence. Rumors swirled of corruption, of officials bought and paid for, of secrets traded for silence. The tunnel might have been dug with machines, but its walls were lined with bribes. For Guzman, the taste of night air beyond Altiplano was sharper than victory. It was survival. He was a man hunted by armies, a man betrayed and caged. Yet once again he had slipped through their fingers. Every mile he traveled away from the prison, every road he crossed, felt like an echo of his own legend growing louder. The government tried to contain the embarrassment, releasing statements of outrage, promising justice, launching manhunts across the country. Soldiers stormed safe houses, police raided villages, helicopters scanned mountains. But each move only amplified the humiliation. They were chasing a ghost, a man who had dug his way out from the very heart of their pride. In homes across Mexico, families whispered the story to one another like folklore. Children imagined the tunnel, stretching like a secret passage in a fable. Adults shook their heads, some in awe, others in despair. For the poor, it was almost a victory. They saw a man who had humiliated the rich and powerful, a man who refused to stay in chains. For others, it was fear. If the government could not hold him, what chance did ordinary people have? And as dawn broke over the mountains of Sinaloa, Guzman was already gone, swallowed back into the world that had birthed him. The tunnel sealed itself in memory, another chapter in a story that blurred the line between reality and myth. Altiplano still stood, its walls unbroken, its cameras still recording. But the hole in its foundation was more than physical. It was symbolic. It revealed the weakness of a system built on pride rather than vigilance, a government more concerned with appearances than with truth. And in that weakness, Guzman thrived. He had proven once again that no prison could hold him, no wall could silence him, no government could claim victory while he walked free. But freedom carries its own price. As the dust settled and the world debated his audacity, another truth lingered in the shadows. Each escape only drew the circle tighter. Each humiliation only sharpened the haunt. The government, humiliated twice, would not forgive a third time. Allies who once celebrated his freedom would begin to question whether protecting him was worth the risk. And somewhere in the distance, the clock had already started ticking toward his next downfall. The tunnel had given him freedom, but it had also given him something more dangerous: visibility. He was no longer just a fugitive. He was the man who had made the Mexican state look powerless. And power, once mocked, always strikes back with fury. So as Guzman moved back into the shadows, a question hung heavy in the air, whispered in palaces and barrios alike. Was this his ultimate triumph, or the beginning of his end? The night sky over Mexico glowed with the roar of helicopters. Blades chopped through the air, their beams cutting across valleys and rooftops like giant searchlights sweeping the stage of a nation humiliated twice. Somewhere beneath those lights, Joaquin Guzman was moving. His second escape had not just embarrassed the government, it had enraged it. The manhunt that followed would be unlike anything Mexico had ever unleashed before. It began with panic disguised as order. The government had to act fast, not just for justice, but for pride. A man who had mocked them once could be forgiven. Twice was unforgivable. To the world, it seemed impossible that one prisoner, however cunning, could burrow through the heart of Mexico's most secure prison. Now, with every day he remained free, the credibility of the state itself crumbled like old plaster. Politicians barked orders, generals tightened their fists, and every intelligence agency in the country was thrown into the hunt. But finding Guzman was not like finding an ordinary fugitive. He was a man wrapped in myths, shielded by loyalty, protected by terrain. The Sierra Madre Mountains were his fortress, jagged peaks that folded into one another like an endless maze. Dirt trails wound into shadows, safe houses dotted the valleys, and entire villages were tied to him by blood, money, or fear. To hunt him here was like trying to trap smoke inside a storm. The government leaned on technology. Surveillance planes traced invisible circles above suspected hideouts, their sensors reading heat from the earth below. Intercept teams combed through phone calls, searching for slips, for whispers, for the faintest thread that might lead them back to him. But Guzman was cautious. He trusted little, spoke less, and moved like a shadow between lives. Each time they thought they had him cornered, the trail dissolved into silence. For the soldiers on the ground, the manhunt was more than an assignment. It was a test of will. They kicked down doors at midnight, their rifles raised, adrenaline hammering their chests. Families screamed as soldiers stormed through kitchens and bedrooms, flipping furniture, ripping apart walls, convinced he was just one room away. They found photographs, safe phones, bundles of cash, but never him. And each time, their frustration grew. They were chasing a ghost who seemed to know their every move before they made it. Still, patterns emerged. The cartel left behind fragments, like breadcrumbs scattered in the dark. A convoy spotted on a dirt road. A sudden burst of gunfire in the mountains. A rumor whispered in a cantina. Each clue painted a larger picture, a map of where Guzman might be hiding. Intelligence analysts pieced it together, day after day, wall after wall of notes, photographs, and red strings connecting names to places. Slowly, a circle began to tighten. The Americans offered help. The DEA, the Marshals, even the FBI, all eager to see the man who had mocked Mexican justice behind their bars. They provided signals, surveillance techniques, and shared their relentless patience. To them, the hunt was not just about catching a kingpin. It was about proving that no one, no matter how powerful, could slip through forever. But Guzman was clever in ways few could predict. He used family as shields, love as camouflage. He visited his twin daughters, leaving trails of tenderness in places the government least expected. He sought women he trusted, old flames who became new hiding places. He lived not as a king, but as a man slipping in and out of ordinary lives, making himself harder to find precisely because he seemed so human. The soldiers who searched for him began to feel the weight of fatigue. Every raid carried the possibility of ambush. Every mission demanded nights without sleep, days without trust. Some wondered quietly if the system even wanted him caught. After all, his escape had revealed corruption so deep it seemed impossible to untangle. For Guzman to walk free, someone inside had looked the other way. And if he was captured again, whose secrets would unravel with him? In villages across Sinaloa, whispers spread like smoke. Some said El Chapo was blessed, untouchable, a man with saints on his side. Others said he was cursed, doomed to repeat the cycle of capture and escape until death finally caught him. To the poor, his freedom was a symbol. To the powerful, it was a reminder that he was still out there, a force to be reckoned with, a name that refused to die. For months, the manhunt dragged on. Each time authorities announced they were close, Guzman slipped away. Helicopters thundered above hills. Armored trucks rolled through dirt roads. And yet, no cage closed around him. It was as if he had dug not one tunnel, but many, through politics, through money, through loyalty. The land itself seemed to protect him. And then, cracks began to show. A phone call intercepted, not careless but necessary. A signal traced back to a meeting with producers, whispers of Guzman seeking to tell his own story, to shape his own myth. Vanity had always been a weakness of kings. For all his cunning, Guzman craved recognition, a place in history not just as a criminal, but as a figure larger than life. That vanity betrayed him. Intelligence units closed in, tracking the patterns of his movements, narrowing the search to a few safe houses near the coast. The pressure mounted with every passing hour. Guzman, once untouchable, began to feel the net around him. He moved faster, changed houses more often, trusted fewer faces. But speed breeds mistakes, and mistakes are what hunters wait for. In the early hours, soldiers stormed a safe house, bullets cracking through the air like thunder. Guzman fled through a tunnel, crawling into the sewage system, water rising around him as shots rang above. He emerged blocks away, soaked, furious, scrambling into the back of a stolen vehicle. But the chase had drawn blood. He was wounded in spirit, if not in body. The world now knew the government had been close enough to breathe on his neck. The pursuit grew relentless. Every move he made was shadowed by drones in the sky, by informants in the shadows, by whispers carried to men with radios. He could not hide forever, not this time. The circle was closing, shrinking with each step. For the men tracking him, the hunt became personal. They thought of the humiliation, the laughter of foreign governments, the shame of 2 escapes. They thought of the families broken by the violence his empire had fueled. To capture him was no longer just a mission. It was redemption. And yet, behind every advance, there was fear. Fear that he would slip away again, that the tunnels would open beneath their feet, that bribes would corrode their efforts. Fear that El Chapo was not a man to be caught, but a story destined to repeat. The miles narrowed, the intelligence sharpened, and somewhere along the coast, in the city of Los Mochis, the final act of the manhunt began to take shape. But in those final days, as Guzman clutched his freedom like sand slipping through his fingers, another truth lingered. A man who had tunneled through prisons, tunneled through borders, tunneled through history itself, could not be underestimated. Each time the hunters thought they had him, he turned the ground beneath their boots into a trapdoor. The night before his capture, the mountains were restless. The air carried a tension so heavy it felt like static before a storm. Soldiers whispered over radios, their voices low, their eyes scanning the dark. Guzman was out there, near moving. The hunt had reached its peak. And as dawn approached, one question cut through every mind. From the soldiers in the mud to the generals in their offices, from the politicians gripping their reputations to the families whispering his name. Would this be the day El Chapo finally fell? Or would he slip away once more, vanishing into legend, leaving nothing but dust and humiliation behind? The jungle was alive with whispers. Somewhere in the remote hills of Mexico, Joaquin Guzman, once again the most wanted man in the world, sat at a small wooden table, his eyes gleaming not with fear, but with pride. Across from him were strangers who belonged to a different world altogether. Not cartel lieutenants, not politicians in dark suits, but faces that belonged on glossy magazine covers and cinema screens. In that dimly lit hideout, the worlds of crime and Hollywood collided in a scene so improbable it seemed ripped from a movie script itself. The moment was electric. Here was El Chapo, the Tunnel King, sitting not as a fugitive on the run, but as a man auditioning for his place in history. He wanted his story told, on his terms. The idea of a film about his life appealed to his vanity, to the myth he had carefully cultivated over decades. He wanted to be remembered not just as a criminal, but as a legend, and for that, he needed storytellers. The meeting was cloaked in secrecy. Phones were hidden. Travel routes were layered in misdirection. Those who attended were told to trust the path laid before them and never ask questions. Yet no amount of secrecy could hide what was happening. Intelligence agencies, already monitoring Guzman's moves after his second great escape, picked up signals, communications bouncing between worlds that were never meant to overlap. In chasing fame, Guzman had cracked open a door, and the hunters were waiting on the other side. It began with fascination. For years, an actress admired by millions had shown public interest in Guzman, speaking of him in ways that both intrigued and scandalized. She painted him not just as a criminal, but as a complex man, flawed, dangerous, yet strangely human. Her words reached him like a siren's call. For a man who had everything, power, money, loyalty, the idea of being seen in a softer light was intoxicating. When the opportunity came to meet her in person, Guzman could not resist. Beside her was a world-famous actor, larger than life, known for chasing dangerous stories and immersing himself in characters others feared to touch. His presence gave the encounter weight, turning what might have been a private meeting into an event with global implications. Guzman was flattered. These were not reporters sent to interrogate him. They were celebrities who had come to his door, stepping into his world with curiosity rather than judgment. To a man who lived by power and control, this was respect of the highest order. The night unfolded in low voices, shared drinks, and careful questions. Guzman spoke not as a fugitive, but as a storyteller. He talked of his childhood, of poverty's grip, of the choices that shaped him. He explained his empire as if it were inevitable, a consequence of circumstance rather than ambition. He smiled when he spoke of tunnels, his underground highways of power, comparing them to veins running through a body, hidden, vital, unstoppable. The actors listened, nodding, their eyes wide, caught between fascination and unease. But outside that room, the consequences were spinning into motion. Intelligence operatives intercepted calls arranging the meeting, traced movements across borders, watched as Hollywood unknowingly became bait in the most dangerous hunt of the decade. The secrecy Guzman believed in was not as airtight as he thought. Each contact, each message, each shadowed rendezvous left a footprint. And footprints, once found, always lead somewhere. For the actress, there was admiration, perhaps even empathy. She saw a man the world called a monster, yet in front of her was someone with dreams, regrets, a fatherly tenderness for his children. For the actor, there was danger, a thrill of walking into history's fire without being burned. Yet beneath their curiosity lingered unease. They were sitting across from a man responsible for rivers of blood. Could they tell his story without being consumed by it? Could they humanize him without legitimizing him? Guzman himself seemed almost at ease. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his hands carving stories out of the air. He relished the attention, the idea that his legacy would outlive his body, that one day audiences in faraway cities would sit in theaters and watch his story unfold. Vanity clouded his caution. Pride dulled his paranoia. The very instincts that had kept him alive now betrayed him. What he did not see was the tightening net. Authorities, working with fragments of intelligence, began to zero in. The meeting was not just a conversation, it was a signal flare. The locations, the timing, the secrecy, it all gave shape to the shadow. The man who had dug his way out of prisons was digging himself into a trap. As dawn broke after that fateful encounter, the actors slipped back into their world, their notes tucked away, their nerves frayed. They would later describe the surreal nature of the night, how Guzman spoke with charm one moment and chilling conviction the next. They left carrying a story, but also a weight, the knowledge that their presence might have helped the very authorities Guzman feared most. Back in the mountains, Guzman lingered in the glow of the meeting. For a brief moment, he felt untouchable again. The world's most wanted man had entertained Hollywood in his hideout. He believed it was proof of his power, of his legend. But legends, once spoken aloud, become easier to track. The government now had more than whispers. They had direction. For the intelligence teams, the pieces began falling into place. Flights logged, phones pinged, surveillance aligned. The meeting had not just been a conversation, it had been a breakthrough. In the cat-and-mouse game, the mouse had stepped into the open, lured by the promise of immortality through film. And the cat was already crouched, waiting. To the public, the eventual revelation of the Hollywood connection would feel almost absurd, like something out of a satire. That one of the world's most notorious criminals could be undone not by bullets or betrayals, but by a desire for cinematic immortality. It was almost too strange to believe. But to those chasing him, it made perfect sense. Vanity was a weakness as old as power itself. In the weeks that followed, Guzman moved carefully, but not carefully enough. He thought the meeting had passed without consequence, that secrecy had held. Yet the government now had his scent, and they would not let go. The hunters knew they were closer than ever. Every day, every hour, the circle drew tighter. For Guzman, there was no realization yet of the danger. He continued to plan, to dream of his story told on the big screen. He imagined the applause, the headlines, the myth of El Chapo immortalized. But what he could not imagine was how close the soldiers were, how the ground beneath him was already shifting, how his story was spiraling toward an ending he could not control. The night before his next move, the silence in the mountains felt different. The stars above seemed colder, sharper, like eyes watching from the dark. Radios crackled in military bases. Orders were whispered in low voices. Helicopters fueled, weapons checked, soldiers steeled themselves. The final chase was no longer a question of if, but when. And in the middle of it all, Joaquin Guzman, the Tunnel King, sat convinced that he was writing his own legend. What he did not know was that his own words, spoken to actors in a hidden room, had become the thread that would unravel everything. The hunters were waiting. The stage was set, and soon, The man who dreamed of Hollywood would find himself caught in a script he did not write. The night before the storm, Los Mochis slept under a heavy sky. The streets were quiet, the houses dark, but somewhere in that small coastal city, men in uniforms crouched in the shadows, their radios alive with whispers. They were waiting, watching, holding their breath. For months, the hunt had narrowed to this point. Every movement traced, every rumor chased, every fragment of intelligence sifted until all arrows pointed to one house on a narrow street. Inside, the most wanted man in the world was believed to be sleeping. The soldiers had learned the hard way that patience was everything. Joaquin Guzman had slipped from their grasp before, vanishing like smoke through tunnels, safe houses, and betrayals. But this time felt different. This time, the air was thicker, the silence more fragile, as if the city itself knew something was about to break. It began with a trace. Weeks after his clandestine meeting with actors and the actress who fascinated him, government surveillance picked up chatter around Los Mochis. Too many calls. Too many vehicles coming and going. Too many signs that something larger was hidden within something ordinary. The safe house was unremarkable at first glance. Just another two-story home with barred windows and a garage. But beneath that ordinary exterior was a fortress, a place chosen carefully, close enough to blend in, far enough to control. The surveillance was relentless. Teams rotated, watching from abandoned buildings, trailing vehicles, listening for the smallest clue. Drones circled at high altitudes, invisible to the naked eye, their lenses capturing the routines of those inside. One man brought food, another delivered packages, a third checked the perimeter. They moved with the precision of men guarding something, or someone, too valuable to leave exposed. Every night, intelligence officers reviewed the footage. They played the same clips over and over, scrutinizing gestures, comparing body shapes, measuring height and gait against known records of Guzman. Was it him? Or another decoy? Guzman had used doubles before, men who resembled him enough to confuse cameras and confuse soldiers. But the patterns emerging from Los Mochis could not be faked forever. The man inside carried himself with authority, even in the smallest gestures. Those who entered treated him with deference. It was enough to convince the hunters that they had found their prize. Yet the decision to strike was not simple. Guzman was not a man easily cornered. Every safe house he used was equipped with trapdoors, escape hatches, and tunnels that led beneath the earth. He trusted concrete and steel, but most of all, he trusted the ground beneath his feet. Soldiers knew that if they stormed too quickly, he would vanish again, slipping beneath the floor like a phantom. So they waited. They built the case. They mapped the area, studying sewer systems, power grids, escape routes. They prepared as if they were laying siege to a castle, because in many ways, that was exactly what they were doing. Guzman's castle just happened to be hidden in plain sight, behind painted walls and a barred front door. Inside the safe house, Guzman lived carefully, but not cautiously enough. He had food, protection, and company. He still gave orders, still commanded loyalty, still believed himself untouchable. He watched television, checked the news, and remained obsessed with how the world spoke of him. What he did not know was that every mundane detail of his routine was being logged. Every light flicking on or off was a mark in a ledger, every delivery a line in a file. The walls around him were not walls of protection. They were walls of evidence, closing tighter with every passing day. The men hunting him felt the weight of history on their shoulders. They remembered his first capture in Guatemala in the early 2000s. They remembered the humiliation of his first escape in 2001, hidden inside a laundry cart. They remembered the global spectacle of his second escape, the mile-long tunnel that had embarrassed the Mexican state before the world. And now, as they watched the Los Mochis safe house through night vision lenses, they knew this could be their redemption. But redemption carried risk. To strike too early was to fail. To strike too late was to lose him forever. Timing was everything. Soldiers rehearsed in safe houses far from the city, running through drills of breaching walls, moving room to room, checking tunnels. They studied floor plans reconstructed from surveillance. They memorized routes until the steps became instinct. Still, no plan could account for the unpredictability of the man inside. Guzman was clever, paranoid, and ruthless. If cornered, he would fight. If threatened, he would flee. And if given even a second's head start, he could vanish into the ground like a fox disappearing into its burrow. That was his gift, the ability to disappear when the world thought it had him. On the eve of the raid, commanders gathered in a dimly lit room, their faces hard with focus. Maps were spread across the table. Radios buzzed with updates. A sense of inevitability hung over the room, heavy and unspoken. They had tracked him for months. They had pieced together every scrap of evidence. They had waited for the right time. And now, the decision was made. The storm was coming to Los Mochis. But outside, the city slept, unaware that history was about to unfold in its quiet streets. Families tucked their children into bed. Street dogs barked at the moon. The ocean rolled against the shore, indifferent to the secrets being whispered in the dark. Inside the safe house, Guzman went about his night, unaware that the walls were closing in. Perhaps he felt a flicker of unease, a shadow of the paranoia that had kept him alive for so long. Perhaps he trusted too much in the walls, the tunnels, the loyalty of those around him. Or perhaps he simply believed, as he always had, that he was untouchable. The soldiers outside thought otherwise. They checked their weapons, adjusted their gear, whispered quiet prayers. Some were veterans who had fought this war for decades. Others were young men, barely more than boys, about to step into a legend they had only read about in newspapers. All of them knew the danger. All of them knew the stakes. Hours stretched like days. Every second was heavy with tension. Then, at last, the order came. Move. Convoys rolled silently through the night. Headlights blacked out, engines growling low. Soldiers moved into position, surrounding the neighborhood with invisible walls. The safe house was no longer just a house. It was a stage, and the final act was about to begin. Inside, Guzman slept, unaware that the ground beneath him had already shifted. The walls that had protected him were no longer his. The air he breathed was borrowed. The house he called safe was now the most dangerous place in Mexico. For the men outside, every step forward carried the weight of past failures. They remembered the tunnels. They remembered the humiliation. They remembered the headlines that painted their nation as weak. And now, with weapons drawn and nerves taut, they prepared to write a different ending. The hunters had become shadows, slipping through the night toward their prey. Each man knew that in moments, chaos would erupt. Gunfire, explosions, shouting, the clash of bodies in tight hallways. And at the center of it all, the figure who had haunted Mexico for decades. The house stood still, silent, as if holding its breath. The city around it dreamed unaware. And as the soldiers closed in, the future balanced on a knife's edge. Would Guzman vanish once again into the earth, slipping through tunnels like water through fingers? Or would this be the night the Tunnel King finally met walls he could not break? The answer waited inside, just beyond the front door, where shadows gathered and the air was thick with the promise of violence. And as the first soldier reached for the breach, the world seemed to pause. One heartbeat. Two. The silence before the storm. Then came the crash. The crash of the breech door echoed like a thunderclap through the narrow street. In that instant, silence was ripped apart and chaos flooded in. Marines stormed into the Los Mochis safe house, weapons raised, shouts slicing through the night. For months they had stalked their prey. For hours they had waited outside, nerves stretched to breaking. Now, the storm had broken loose. The first burst of gunfire erupted almost immediately, a violent answer from inside the house. Bullets screamed through plaster and concrete, ricocheting like angry sparks in the dark. Marines ducked low, shields raised, returning fire with relentless precision. It was not just another raid. It was a war compressed into the walls of a single home. Inside, Guzman's men scrambled to defend him. They knew who was on the other side of that breach. They knew failure meant death or capture. Fear mixed with loyalty as they fired blindly, desperate to hold the line, desperate to buy their boss even a few more seconds. In their minds, each bullet was a shield, each trigger pull a chance to stop time from collapsing around them. The air filled with smoke, the sting of cordite, the screams of wounded men. Rooms became battlegrounds. Hallways turned into choke points where shadows clashed with shadows, where every step forward cost blood. For the Marines, it was not just about survival. It was about redemption. Each man carried the weight of his nation's humiliation, the memory of tunnels and escapes that had mocked them before the world. Tonight, they fought not just to capture a man, but to reclaim their pride. Somewhere inside, Guzman's heart pounded. He had lived this moment in nightmares, soldiers breaking in, the sound of boots, the thunder of weapons. But unlike in dreams, he had an answer prepared. The house was not just a house. It was another maze, another trapdoor, another chance to vanish when the jaws closed tight. Gunfire rattled the windows. A Marine fell, hit in the leg. Another dragged him back, teeth clenched, eyes wide with fury. Grenades exploded, sending shrapnel slicing through furniture, tearing holes in walls. And then, like a ghost slipping through smoke, Guzman disappeared. He knew the rhythm of chaos, how to use noise as cover, how to move when all eyes were fixed on fire and fury. Beneath the tiled floor, a hidden hatch opened. Beyond it, darkness. A tunnel. The veins of the city. With one trusted lieutenant at his side, he slid into the earth. The hatch closed above them, muffling the battle into a distant roar. Down there, the world changed. The air was damp, thick, laced with the stench of sewage. The walls dripped, narrow and slick. It was not a grand tunnel like the mile-long passage that had freed him from Altiplano. This was raw, crude, part of the city's drainage system. But for Guzman, it was freedom. He had always trusted the ground more than the sky. Concrete betrayed you. People betrayed you. But the earth, the tunnels, had always saved him. Above, the Marines pressed deeper, room by room, searching, clearing, shouting over gunfire. But the house began to feel wrong. Too empty, too hollow. They found bodies, weapons, shattered glass, but not the man they had come for. A sick realization spread through them. Once again, he had slipped away. Once again, the earth had swallowed him. Underground, Guzman moved fast. His small frame, which once made him the subject of jokes, was now his greatest weapon. He crouched low, splashing through knee-high water, moving with the urgency of a man who had cheated death too many times to let it catch him now. His lieutenant followed, nerves fraying with every echo. The tunnel was no palace. Rats skittered in the dark. The smell of rot clung to every breath. But to Guzman, it was a lifeline, an artery pumping him away from the jaws above. Every step felt like stolen time. He remembered the first tunnel that had freed him years ago, the cool rush of air, the vibration of freedom under his boots. Tunnels had become his myth, his signature. The world called him the Tunnel King because the ground always seemed to open beneath him like it had been waiting. Now, in Los Mochis, the legend repeated itself. But legends are fragile things. Even underground, the walls can close in. Back above, commanders realized what had happened. The breach team reported no sign of Guzman. The discovery of the hatch confirmed their worst fears. Radios exploded with curses and orders. The humiliation threatened to repeat itself, and the thought was unbearable. Drones were redirected. Roadblocks prepared. The Marines outside the house tightened the cordon, determined that even if he had slipped underground, he would not escape the city alive. But Guzman was already moving. The tunnel twisted and turned, a labyrinth of filth and concrete. At one junction, water rushed stronger, pulling against his legs. At another, the ceiling dropped so low he had to crawl, scraping elbows on wet stone. His lungs burned, his chest tightened, but still he pushed forward. Freedom was always worth the crawl. Every scrape, every bruise, every breath of sewage-stained air was worth it if it led to the light. And then, at last, it did. A grate opened onto the street, the cover pried loose with a groan. Guzman emerged into the night like a man reborn, soaked, filthy, but alive. His lieutenant hauled himself out beside him, both men dripping and gasping, looking like fugitives from the underworld. They had surfaced blocks away from the safe house, the sound of gunfire now distant, muffled by city walls. The street was quiet. Too quiet. Guzman scanned quickly. He knew every second mattered. Every second above ground was a second closer to being spotted. They moved quickly, blending into shadows, moving with the desperation of prey. Then, in the distance, headlights glared. A car, approaching slowly, its driver unaware of the ghosts stepping from the drains. Guzman waved it down, a pistol flashing in his hand. The driver froze, eyes wide, heart hammering. To him, it was a nightmare come alive. The face on every news channel, standing in front of his windshield, soaked and armed. Guzman barked an order. The driver was pulled from the seat, trembling, his voice caught in his throat. The car became another tool, another piece of the escape puzzle. Guzman slid behind the wheel, his lieutenant beside him, and the engine roared to life. They sped through the streets, weaving through alleys, cutting corners, headlights off. Behind them, the city stirred. Marines fanned out, radios crackling, searchlights cutting across the night. Roadblocks snapped into place. The net was tightening, but Guzman was always a step ahead, always faster than the men who hunted him. To him, the city was just another maze, and he knew how to run mazes better than anyone alive. But the net was not so easy to break. Intelligence teams tracked the stolen car, tracing its path through the grid of Los Mochis. Radios carried his ghost from one unit to the next. Somewhere in the city, roadblocks prepared to choke him off. He may have escaped the house. He may have escaped the drains. But the hunters were not far behind. Inside the car, Guzman's chest heaved, but his eyes blazed. For a man who had just crawled through filth, who had faced the jaws of death yet again, he looked alive in a way only danger could create. He had built his life on the edge of knives, balancing between triumph and disaster. Tonight was no different. He had cheated capture again, but the road ahead was narrowing, turning into a funnel. Even kings of tunnels eventually find themselves with nowhere left to dig. The city raced past, neon signs blurring, dogs barking at the roar of the stolen car. In the distance, sirens wailed. Marines closed in. And still, Guzman pressed forward, foot heavy on the accelerator, heart beating to the rhythm of flight. Each corner could bring freedom, or a wall of rifles. The car's tires screeched around a corner, sparks flying. The lieutenant gripped the dashboard, knuckles white, every nerve screaming. Guzman's eyes darted constantly, mirrors, roads, alleys. Always calculating. Always searching for the next exit, the next tunnel, the next ghost door through which to vanish. He had spent a lifetime mastering escape. But even the masters know that every trick has an end. Above them, drones traced his path. Commanders relayed coordinates. The hunt was alive, the city no longer asleep, but burning with pursuit. Los Mochis had become a chessboard, and every piece was moving against him. He had escaped once more, yes. But the hunters were not giving up. Not this time. The stolen car sped through the dark, chased by shadows and sirens. Inside, the most wanted man in the world clenched the wheel tighter, eyes locked forward, unwilling to accept the walls that fate was building around him. He had escaped through tunnels, drains, cars. But how many more escapes could one life hold? As the night stretched into dawn, the road ahead narrowed. Marines tightened the net, and Guzman, soaked, bloodied, and defiant, pressed deeper into the city, still believing he could outrun the tide. But tides always rise, and this time, there was nowhere left to go. The car tore through the night, headlights off, engine screaming like a wounded animal. Guzman's hands gripped the wheel, slick with sweat, as the city of Los Mochis shrank in the rearview mirror. He had already cheated death once tonight, crawling through the filth of the drains, slipping into the stolen car. But every mile carried a bitter truth. The hunters were closing in. Sirens rose behind him like a tide, a sound that would not stop. For the first time in years, the man who had tunneled beneath the world found himself with no tunnel left to run into. Federal police had been waiting for this moment. Roadblocks stretched across the highways like a fisherman's net, designed to choke the escape of a desperate man. Radios crackled with updates. Drones painted his position from the sky. Every officer on duty knew the weight of what was at stake. To capture him alive would mean restoring pride to a nation bruised by his legendary escapes. To lose him again would be an unthinkable humiliation. The order was clear: no more mistakes. The stolen car roared down a rural highway, tires spitting gravel, weaving between the silhouettes of sleeping fields. Guzman's lieutenant glanced nervously at the dashboard, then at the mirrors. Their stolen freedom felt thin, fragile, as if the night itself was ready to betray them. The lieutenant's voice cracked, asking which road to take. Guzman snapped back, pointing forward, eyes burning with fury. He had lived his entire life defying walls and cages, bending fate to his will. He was not ready to believe the net had closed. But the net had closed. Patrols had already been positioned on the roads leading out of the city, plainclothes units blending into the night. They knew what car to look for. They knew who was inside. And unlike the Marines at the house, the officers here had the element of patience. They were not charging into bullets and grenades. They were hunters lying in wait for their prey to step into the open. The car's headlights finally flicked on, if only for seconds, cutting through the darkness. That brief glow gave away everything. A unit stationed miles ahead saw the silhouette of the vehicle, its shape and speed matching the description they had been fed over radios. A chill rippled through the officers. They radioed it in. The signal raced like electricity up the chain. The highway had just become a trap, and the trap was about to spring shut. Guzman pressed the accelerator harder, the stolen car rattling, engine threatening to tear itself apart. He thought speed was his ally, the rush of wind and distance his salvation. But speed works both ways. It makes you visible, predictable. The faster you go, the straighter your line. And his line was headed straight into the jaws of the waiting blockade. The lieutenant muttered a curse under his breath, hands shaking as he reached for his weapon. They both knew what could happen in the next few minutes. To be stopped meant more than capture. It meant humiliation. It meant chains. Guzman had spent decades building a myth of invincibility. To be dragged out of a car on a lonely highway was to strip that myth bare. He gritted his teeth, calculating, searching for an opening, a mistake in the hunter's net. But there was no tunnel here, no hatch waiting in the earth. Just miles of open road and headlights converging like wolves. Up ahead, flashing lights sliced the darkness. A checkpoint. Federal police vehicles angled across the highway, their silhouettes heavy with armor. Officers crouched behind car doors, rifles aimed, nerves sharpened to a razor's edge. They had been told not to underestimate him. He had escaped maximum security prisons, bribed generals, tunneled under walls. But now, in this place, on this road, he was just a man in a car. And men in cars can be stopped. Guzman saw the lights, the shadows of rifles. His chest tightened. For a moment, time slowed. In his life, he had faced armies, betrayed allies, turned entire towns into battlefields. But nothing felt heavier than the decision in that split second, to fight, to flee, or to surrender. The lieutenant shouted at him, hand twitching toward his gun, fear thick in his voice. Guzman shook his head. Not yet. He swerved, veering off the road, the car bouncing across dirt and brush, headlights swinging wildly. Shots rang out. Officers opened fire, aiming for tires, for the body of the car. Sparks flew as bullets struck metal. The vehicle jolted violently, one tire shredded, rubber flapping against steel. Guzman fought the wheel, knuckles white, trying to keep the car steady. But momentum betrayed him. The car skidded, spun, and slammed into a ditch with a bone-rattling crash. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Dust hung in the air, broken only by the ticking of the overheated engine. Inside the car, Guzman gasped, ribs aching from the impact. His lieutenant groaned, blood on his face. Both men knew it was over. The net had snapped shut. Officers advanced, weapons trained, voices barking commands that echoed across the highway. The air carried the weight of finality. Guzman raised his head, eyes meeting the blinding glow of flashlights. For the first time in decades, there was no secret door, no hidden tunnel, no bribe that could be paid quickly enough. There was only the night, the cold steel of rifles, and the inevitability of capture. Hands shaking, he stepped out of the car. Mud clung to his clothes, his face pale beneath the grime. His lieutenant followed, stumbling, defeated. Officers shouted again, "Hands up, don't move." Guzman lifted his arms slowly, the gesture heavy with resignation. The man who had once ruled an empire larger than some nations now stood on the side of a highway, surrendering like any other fugitive. But even in surrender, the moment carried a strange electricity. Officers closed in cautiously, as if afraid the earth might open beneath him again, as if afraid the legend of El Chapo might conjure one last escape. They bound his hands, pressed him against the car, searched him with trembling urgency. When the cuffs clicked shut, a ripple of relief passed through the unit. They had him. After hours of chaos, after months of planning, after years of humiliation, they finally had him. For Guzman, the cuffs felt heavier than chains. He had worn them before, yes. He had broken free before. But this time felt different. The net had not just closed, it had held. He was marched to a police vehicle, shoved into the back seat. Officers' eyes burning into him as if daring him to try again. His myth was crumbling, piece by piece, replaced with the hard reality of steel bars and prison gates. As the convoy roared back toward the city, the mood inside was tense, almost disbelieving. Radios carried the news upward, higher and higher, until it reached the ears of commanders, ministers, presidents. The manhunt was over. El Chapo was in custody. The words tasted almost unreal, as if spoken in a dream. But there he was, shackled in the back of a vehicle, staring into the dark, silent. Yet even in triumph, unease lingered. Officers glanced at each other, remembering how many times they had heard those same words before. He had been captured. He had been shackled. And yet, somehow, he had always found a way out. The memory of tunnels haunted them, gnawed at the edges of their relief. Would this time be any different? Would the man who bent the earth itself to his will find another exit, another ghost door? In the back seat, Guzman sat motionless. His mind raced with thoughts he did not voice. The faces of his family, the empire that now trembled without its king, the humiliations of capture, the eyes of the world once again fixed on him. But beneath it all, a quieter thought flickered. Perhaps even kings must fall. Perhaps even tunnel kings eventually run out of ground. The convoy pressed forward, engines humming like a funeral march. The highway stretched endless before them, every mile carrying him further from freedom. But somewhere in the silence, uncertainty lingered. Was this truly the end of his story, or just another pause before the earth shifted again? The night held its breath, the road unspooling beneath the tires, and the man once untouchable sat bound in the dark. And as the convoy disappeared into the horizon, one question hung unanswered. Had they truly caged the king, or was this just the beginning of his last and most dangerous escape? The dust had barely settled on the highway when the other story began to unfold. While federal police tightened their grip on Guzman in the back of a convoy, Marines were still swarming through the safe house in Los Mochis. Floodlights burned through shattered windows. Boots pounded across blood-stained floors. And what they uncovered inside would tell its own tale, one of power, paranoia, and a man who had prepared for war even as he lived like a ghost. The first Marines who entered after the firefight were stunned. It wasn't just a house. It was an arsenal disguised as a home. Assault rifles leaned against walls as if left casually by men who expected to return at any moment. Boxes of ammunition were stacked like bricks in a bunker. Bulletproof vests, tactical helmets, and radios were scattered across bedrooms where curtains still swayed from open windows. The air carried the metallic scent of gunpowder, mixed with the sharp bite of chlorine from the drains beneath, as if the house itself had been split in two worlds, one of luxury, one of war. On the floor, armored cars stood parked in the garage, painted with matte finishes to deflect light. Their tires were thick, reinforced, designed to shrug off bullets that would have shredded an ordinary vehicle. The engines were modified for speed, their hoods hiding the throats of mechanical beasts built to carry men through firestorms. Each vehicle was a statement. El Chapo did not just run. He planned for sieges. He lived expecting enemies at the door, whether they wore badges or carried rival banners. As officers pushed deeper inside, they found hidden compartments built into the walls. False panels slid open to reveal caches of weapons wrapped in plastic. Rocket-propelled grenades. Military-grade rifles with scopes designed to see in darkness. Shotguns with shortened barrels, meant for close, devastating bursts in hallways like these. The arsenal looked less like the possessions of a drug lord and more like the stockpile of a small army. Every weapon was polished, oiled, and ready. It was as if Guzman's men had stepped out for air and left behind the skeleton of a private war. Photographs later showed rows of weapons laid out like trophies, their steel gleaming under harsh fluorescent light. But for the men who first touched them, there was no triumph, only unease. They could feel the weight of what might have been. If Guzman had stayed longer, if his men had chosen to fight instead of scatter, this house could have become a fortress. Those rifles could have spoken with fire. Those armored cars could have thundered down streets. Instead, silence filled the rooms, broken only by the scrape of boots against tile as officers cataloged each piece of evidence, whispering their disbelief. Beyond weapons, there were signs of Guzman's life, fragments of the myth made real. Designer clothes still hung in closets. Bottles of expensive liquor lined kitchen shelves. A large bed sat unmade, its sheets still warm when Marines entered, a ghostly reminder of how close they had come to finding him in his sleep. On a table, half-eaten food sat cold beside a phone, as if the house had been abandoned mid-breath. The mix of luxury and violence was unsettling. This was not just a hideout. It was a snapshot of a man torn between wanting comfort and expecting war. In one corner of the house, officers stumbled upon another detail that cut deeper than the weapons themselves. Photographs, carefully framed, showed Guzman with family, with children, smiling, relaxed, almost ordinary. It was a reminder that behind the empire, the tunnels, and the fear, he was also a father, a man who tried to hold on to pieces of normalcy even while building a kingdom of chaos. For some officers, it stirred a strange discomfort. They were dismantling not only a cartel's weapons, but fragments of someone's life. And yet, each piece of evidence also whispered of corruption, blood, and lives destroyed far beyond these walls. The stash of weapons was so vast that trucks were brought in to haul it away. Rifles clanged together as they were stacked in crates. Armored cars rumbled as they were driven out under the glare of floodlights, escorted by convoys of Marines. Each weapon was tagged, each vest photographed, each bullet counted. It was a process designed not just for evidence, but for spectacle. The government knew the world would be watching. They wanted proof, not just of the capture, but of the shadow kingdom Guzman had built and armed. Officials later stood before cameras, tables of seized weapons displayed like an exhibition of excess. Reporters gasped at the sheer scale, at the surreal sight of so many tools of war gathered in one place. The narrative was clear. El Chapo had been ready to defend himself against a nation, and still, he had been brought down. But beneath the triumph, there was another truth, one harder to admit. If the raid had gone differently, if just a few minutes had shifted, those weapons could have spilled death across Los Mochis. The victory was fragile, resting on the razor's edge of chance. The evidence did more than confirm his paranoia. It painted a picture of the cartel's power in raw, physical form. The rifles were not antiques. They were modern, advanced, sourced from routes that stretched across borders. The armored cars were not clumsy improvisations. They were custom-built, engineered with precision. Each item told investigators the same story. This was not the chaos of a gang. This was the machinery of an empire that blurred the line between criminal organization and paramilitary force. Forensic teams moved through the safe house with careful steps, marking bullet holes in walls, measuring the angles of fire. The firefight had been brief, but its violence lingered in fragments of plaster, shattered glass, blood smeared across tiles. Every detail told of desperation. Guzman's men had fought with fury but retreated with fear. They left behind their weapons because escape was their only hope. To stay was to die? The walls themselves seemed to echo with that choice: fight for minutes or flee for hours. As dawn broke, sunlight spilled across the house, revealing its true state. From the outside, it looked ordinary, another modest building in a quiet neighborhood. Children's bicycles leaned against fences nearby. Laundry hung from lines across the street. Neighbors watched with wide eyes as soldiers carried out weapons of war from a home that had blended into their lives. The contrast was jarring. The world of Guzman had always hidden in plain sight, danger wrapped in the cloak of the ordinary. And here, once again, his empire had masqueraded as just another neighbor's house. But even as the arsenal was loaded into trucks, whispers spread among the officers. If this was just one safe house, how many more were out there? If this was one cache of weapons, how many others sat waiting in other towns, other cities, guarded by men still loyal, still armed? The seizure was a victory, yes, but it was also a reminder that the war was not over. El Chapo was in chains, but the tools of violence he left behind were scattered far and wide. The photographs of the seizure would later become symbols, used in press conferences, splashed across newspapers, broadcast on television screens. Rows of rifles, armored cars gleaming under spotlights. Officials speaking of justice, of triumph. But for the men who carried those weapons out of the house, the memory was not of triumph. It was of tension, the knowledge that they had walked through the heart of a storm that could have broken differently. Each rifle they touched felt like a ghost of the battle that might have been. Back in the convoy carrying Guzman, officers updated each other with radio chatter about the evidence recovered. He sat in silence, eyes closed, as if listening, as if each detail weighed on him. The weapons he had prepared, the cars he had armored, the empire he had built brick by brick, all of it was being dismantled piece by piece. In that silence, it was hard to know what he felt. Was it anger? Regret? Or a cold calculation, already imagining how the legend of his capture might twist into something else, something useful? The world saw the seizure as the final proof of his fall. But the men who stood in that house knew better. They had seen how close it had come to chaos, how narrow the line was between victory and disaster. And they carried with them a lingering question. If this much had been left behind in one house, how deep did the tunnels of his power still run? The dawn in Los Mochis was quiet. The house stood empty, stripped of weapons, its walls scarred by bullets, its silence louder than any gunfire. Soldiers mounted their trucks, engines growling, carrying away the skeleton of an empire. But in their minds, a shadow remained. The weapons were gone, but the war was not. And somewhere in the silence, the thought echoed like a warning. This was not the end. This was only the evidence of how much he had once controlled, and perhaps how much he still did. The world had barely caught its breath from the spectacle of Guzman's capture when another storm began to brew, one that would move from the streets into the courts, from bullets to legal arguments. For the second time in less than 2 years, Mexico had its most notorious fugitive behind bars. But every official who celebrated knew the truth. They were not celebrating an end, only buying time. Because with Joaquin Guzman Lora, time was always the enemy. Time meant whispers. Time meant bribes. Time meant tunnels. The shocking thought hung in the air, almost unspoken but present in every press conference, in every private meeting of generals and ministers. Could he escape again? The memory of July 2015 still stung like an open wound. The image of a hole in the shower floor. The sound of silence as cameras captured an empty cell. The humiliation of realizing that one man, with enough money and patience, had outwitted the Mexican state in front of the entire world. Officials had promised it would never happen again. But now that he was back in their hands, the promise felt fragile, almost naive. Inside Altiplano prison, the air was different. Guards no longer walked casually past his cell. They hovered, eyes trained, hearts heavy with the weight of their task. Security measures doubled, then tripled. Cameras monitored every angle. Metal bars were reinforced, floors scanned with seismic sensors to detect the faintest vibrations underground. But still, there was no silence in the minds of those responsible. Because if Guzman had taught them anything, It was that concrete walls could become suggestions, and prisons could transform into waiting rooms. In Mexico City, political pressure reached a fever pitch. Ministers spoke in clipped tones, their voices hard, eyes rimmed with exhaustion. They knew the stakes. If Guzman slipped through their fingers once more, it would not only humiliate the government, but destroy whatever faith remained in their institutions. So, the whispers became louder. It was time to hand him over. Let the United States bear the weight of guarding him. Let their prisons, their courts, their relentless machinery of justice hold the man who had mocked Mexico twice. The legal battles began immediately. Lawyers for Guzman, dressed in suits sharp enough to cut glass, filed motions and appeals. They argued that extradition violated his rights, that Mexico had sovereignty to uphold, that their client deserved to be tried on Mexican soil. Each filing was like a chess move, buying time, forcing delays, trying to keep their client closer to the cracks he might still exploit. For them, every day he remained in Mexico was a small victory. But beyond the polished arguments lay a deeper fear. Guzman's allies, his money, his network, they all stretched across Mexico like hidden roots. No matter how many times the government declared victory, those roots dug deeper. Every day he stayed, the chance of those roots breaking through increased. Judges and officials knew this. They felt it pressing on them. The fear was not abstract. It was real. They had seen what happened before. To explain extradition is simple in words, but complex in reality. Imagine two neighboring houses, one with a fire burning inside. The flames threaten to spread, but the owner insists they can handle it. At some point, the neighbor steps in, bucket in hand, and demands the fire be moved into their yard, into their control, because the risk of it spreading is too great. That was extradition in the case of El Chapo. The fire was his presence in Mexico, and the United States was demanding he be moved before the flames erupted again. In private, American officials pushed hard. They wanted him on their soil. They had watched him escape once. They had watched Mexico scramble, embarrassed, to reclaim him. And they were not willing to gamble a third time. The indictments were already waiting. Cases in New York, in Texas, in Chicago, each one a dagger sharpened and ready. They promised that in America, he would not find tunnels. He would not bribe his way through concrete walls. He would face a system designed to withstand men exactly like him. But in Mexico, handing him over was not so simple. National pride hung heavy. To extradite him was to admit weakness, to admit that Mexico could not hold its own criminal. For a country scarred by violence, by cartels, by corruption, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Politicians debated fiercely. Was it justice to keep him at home, or justice to ensure he could never slip away again? The pressure grew with every passing week. Journalists dug into the story, broadcasting images of Guzman's fortified cell, speculating about secret plots for another escape. Rumors spread in whispers on the street, that tunnels were already being dug, that bribes were already flowing, that the clock was already ticking. Whether true or not, the rumors alone were enough to drive urgency. No one wanted to wake up to another empty cell. Guzman himself remained calm, almost unnervingly so. In the courtroom, he sat with quiet composure, his eyes scanning the judges, the journalists, the soldiers. His presence radiated control even when shackled. It was as if he knew that whether in chains or not, his name carried weight beyond the walls. Lawyers whispered strategies, but he rarely spoke. Silence was his weapon now. Let the world wonder what he was thinking. Let the government feel the pressure of time. Inside the offices of Mexico's Attorney General, the decision began to solidify. Extradition was no longer a matter of if. It was when. Officials drafted the paperwork, coordinating with American counterparts, moving faster than they had in years. They cut through appeals, challenged filings, pushed judges to act swiftly. It was a bureaucratic race against a shadow, the shadow of another escape. And each signature carried the echo of fear. Do it quickly, or risk losing him forever. In press conferences, officials spoke with carefully chosen words. They promised justice. They promised no deals, no delays. They avoided mentioning the deeper truth, the one everyone knew but no one wanted to say aloud. That extradition was not just justice. It was insurance. Insurance against the possibility that Mexico could not hold him a third time. The public was divided. Some celebrated the idea of extradition, convinced that only American prisons could break a man like El Chapo. Others saw it as betrayal, as handing over sovereignty, as Mexico admitting defeat. In the barrios where Guzman was still seen as a kind of folk hero, whispers carried resentment. To them, extradition was not justice. It was erasing him, burying him in a foreign land where his story would end far from home. But the tide was already set. Courts began approving the process, one ruling after another cutting away at his lawyers' defenses. Appeals were filed and denied. Motions raised and dismissed. The machinery of extradition ground forward, slow but unstoppable. The government's urgency translated into speed rarely seen in such cases. Officials skipped no steps, but wasted no time. It was as if every file carried the weight of a ticking clock. For Guzman's family, the process was devastating. They visited him under strict surveillance, speaking in hushed tones, watched by guards who never looked away. They knew what extradition meant. It meant distance, perhaps forever. It meant trials in foreign courts, life sentences in prisons where visits would be limited, voices filtered through glass. To them, extradition was not just legal. It was personal. It was the breaking of a family across borders. The political theater reached its height as officials in both countries coordinated announcements. Cameras flashed, reporters shouted questions, ministers stood tall and rehearsed. The message was clear. Mexico would not allow itself to be humiliated again. El Chapo would not walk free. His empire of tunnels and bribes would meet a wall higher than any he could climb. And yet, beneath the triumph, there was unease. Because extradition was not a door slammed shut. It was another journey, another transfer, another moment where anything could happen. Moving a man like Guzman was not simple. It meant convoys, aircraft, secrecy. It meant moving the most slippery man in modern criminal history across borders without giving him even the slightest chance. And every person involved felt the weight of that responsibility. By late 2016, the process was nearly complete. Extradition orders had been signed. Legal defenses were crumbling. The world waited for the moment he would be placed on a plane and flown north. And still, in quiet conversations, officials whispered of their fears. Would he attempt one last escape before leaving Mexican soil? Would his allies strike in desperation? Every transfer, every court hearing, every movement was shadowed by those questions. The man who had tunneled out of one of the most secure prisons in Mexico was finally facing a wall he could not dig through. Yet, as guards walked past his cell, as ministers signed documents, as journalists filled headlines with speculation, there was still no certainty. Because Joaquin Guzman Lora had built his legend on the impossible. He had escaped before, twice, and until the plane left the ground, no one dared to breathe easy. The extradition battle was not just a legal fight. It was a race against a ghost, a race against the possibility of history repeating itself. Mexico pushed harder than it ever had, determined to finish the story on its terms. But as the final days approached, one truth lingered in the air like smoke after a fire. They had him. They had the weapons. They had the courts on their side. And still, deep down, no one could shake the thought. What if he slipped away one last time? The night was cold, silent, and heavy with secrets. In the early hours of January 19, 2017, inside Altiplano prison, Joaquin Guzman Lora was told what he had long feared but never believed would come so suddenly. The extradition order was no longer a threat dangling in courtrooms. It was real. It was happening now. He was not given a warning. No countdown. Just the abrupt voice of guards and the sound of keys striking steel. Shackles clamped around his wrists, chains locked at his ankles. This was the moment he had spent years trying to delay, the one battle his lawyers could not win. The man who had tunneled out of Mexico's strongest prison, twice, was finally being led to a place he could not dig his way out of. Every movement was choreographed with military precision. Mexican authorities had learned from their mistakes. There would be no opportunities, no gaps, no second chances. Convoys of armored trucks rolled out under the cover of darkness, headlights off, engines rumbling like a pack of hunting wolves. Soldiers with rifles pressed to their shoulders stood watch, their eyes darting across shadows, every figure a possible threat. They knew who they were carrying. They knew what he meant, and they knew the world was watching. For Guzman, the night air was the first taste of finality. Shackled, guarded, and loaded onto a waiting aircraft, the reality must have sunk deep into his bones. There would be no tunnel at the end of this flight. No cartel bribes slipping through cracks in the system. The United States was waiting. A courtroom in Brooklyn already had his name etched into its schedule. A prison cell across the border was prepared for his arrival. The decision to extradite him on that exact day was deliberate. The Mexican government had announced it only hours before, a carefully timed maneuver designed to minimize risk. They knew that if word leaked too early, the chance of an ambush or sabotage would skyrocket. So they kept it silent until the very last moment. One press release, one flight, one transfer, and suddenly the world's most infamous drug lord was no longer Mexico's problem. The timing carried symbolism. It was the eve of a presidential transition in the United States. Barack Obama had just hours left in office. Donald Trump was preparing to take the oath. The handover of El Chapo between governments was like a passing of a torch, a gesture of cooperation, and a reminder that his crimes crossed borders larger than politics. For the Mexican government, it was also a release of pressure, a way of saying, the responsibility is no longer ours. The plane that carried him north was not just any flight. It was a fortress with wings. Soldiers lined the aisles. Pilots flew with a tension that made every second stretch longer. The atmosphere inside was thick with unspoken truths. No one relaxed. No one believed it was just another prisoner transport. Everyone knew that if Guzman had ever had one last chance, it would be now. And that thought kept hands tight on triggers and eyes scanning the horizon. Hours later, the plane landed on American soil. At MacArthur Airport in Long Island, the chains of sovereignty shifted. Mexican soldiers escorted him down the steps, but it was American agents who received him. The moment his boots touched the tarmac, the weight of two nations' battles shifted across a painted line on the ground. The United States now carried the burden. In that handover, history bent. This was not just the capture of a kingpin. It was the dismantling of a myth. For decades, El Chapo had been the ghost of Mexico's mountains, the man who slipped through every trap, who laughed at governments and turned prisons into waiting rooms. But now he stood on soil where his tunnels meant nothing. In the United States, he was no longer a legend. He was a defendant. The motorcade that whisked him away was a display of force unlike anything the quiet suburbs of New York had seen. Black SUVs with tinted windows tore down highways, escorted by police sirens and helicopters circling above. Streets were cleared. Bridges were secured. It was as if the city itself was holding its breath, ensuring that the man inside never vanished again. For the agents in the vehicles, the tension was palpable. Some had spent years hunting his network, watching his empire poison their cities with heroin, cocaine, and meth. Now, sitting only feet away from him, they could see the frailty beneath the legend. A short man, shackled, silent, staring out a window at a land where his influence could not reach. It was a moment of pride, but also a moment of gravity. They knew the trial ahead would not only be about one man, but about the story of an empire. When the convoy reached Brooklyn, El Chapo entered the Metropolitan Correctional Center, a fortress designed to hold those the world considered uncontainable. Its walls were not just concrete, but policy, procedure, and vigilance honed over decades. Here, inmates were locked in cells so secure that even whispers seemed to die in the air. The legend of tunnels and bribed guards had no foothold here. Reporters swarmed outside, their voices rising into the cold night, cameras flashing as if trying to capture history itself. The image of Guzman being moved into American custody was broadcast across the globe. To some, it was justice finally catching up. To others, it was Mexico surrendering sovereignty. But to everyone, it was undeniable. the story had entered a new chapter. Inside his cell, Guzman faced a silence unlike any he had known before. In Mexico, prisons had been stages for negotiations, places where guards could be bought, where allies could reach through cracks in the walls. Here, in New York, the silence was absolute. No messages, no bribes, no tunnels, just a man alone, staring at the ceiling, knowing that the trial ahead would decide whether he would ever breathe free air again. For the American prosecutors, his arrival was a moment years in the making. Indictments stretched back more than a decade, charging him with trafficking tons of narcotics, laundering billions, orchestrating murders, and running one of the most violent cartels in modern history. Each charge was a brick, stacked carefully, building a wall of evidence too high for even El Chapo to climb. The symbolism of that night extended beyond the courtroom. For communities ravaged by the drugs his cartel pushed across borders, his extradition was a rare glimpse of accountability. Mothers who had lost children, neighborhoods hollowed by addiction, police officers who had fought against the tide of meth and heroin. Many saw his arrival in the United States as a measure of justice, however delayed. But justice is never simple. Even as the ink dried on press releases, his lawyers began their work, vowing to fight every charge, to challenge every piece of evidence, to argue that his extradition had been rushed, perhaps unlawful. The courtroom battles ahead promised to be as fierce as the ones fought with bullets in the hills of Sinaloa. For Guzman, extradition was not just a transfer of custody. It was the stripping away of his myth. In Mexico, he had been larger than life, a shadow that moved faster than governments. In America, he was an inmate identified by a number, confined to a cell barely larger than the bathroom he once escaped through. The fall was not just physical. It was symbolic, the collision of legend with reality. And yet, uncertainty lingered. Because legends are not erased easily. Even behind bars, Guzman's name carried power. His cartel still operated, its tentacles stretching across continents. His capture did not end the drug trade, and officials knew it. The question was no longer whether El Chapo could escape. It was whether the shadow he cast would ever truly fade. As dawn broke over New York City, the man who had once ruled from the mountaintops of Sinaloa now sat under fluorescent lights, his future in the hands of judges and juries. The city outside went on with its rhythm, cars honking, trains rumbling, children rushing to school. But in one fortified cell, time slowed to a crawl. The legend of El Chapo had crossed the border. And though the chains were real, though the walls were thicker than anything he had faced before, one question still haunted those who guarded him, those who prosecuted him, and even those who feared him from afar. Would this truly be the end of his story, or just another beginning waiting to surprise the world? The winter air outside the Brooklyn Federal Courthouse was sharp, biting, and restless. Reporters huddled behind barricades, cameras fogged with breath, microphones bristling in the wind. On the morning of November 13, 2018, the spectacle began. Inside, under layers of glass, steel, and bulletproof security, Joaquin Guzman Lora, El Chapo, the most infamous drug lord of the century, was about to stand trial. The world called it the trial of the century. For him, it was the moment where myth and reality collided under fluorescent courtroom lights. The journey into the courthouse each morning was its own drama. Convoys of armored vehicles carved through New York traffic with military precision, bridges closed to ensure no ambush, helicopters hovering above like watchful predators. At the heart of it all, a single man sat shackled, his gaze unreadable, carried into a courtroom where 12 strangers would eventually decide whether he would ever breathe free air again. The charges against him stretched longer than the courtroom itself. Conspiracy to traffic cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and marijuana. Money laundering that spanned continents. Murders ordered with a phone call. Billions in profits. The government called him the architect of an empire that ran on fear, bribes, and rivers of blood. To prove it, prosecutors planned to unveil the Sinaloa Cartel in a way no one outside its ranks had ever seen before. It began with the jury. Hundreds of potential jurors were screened, their lives examined for even the faintest link to the case. The fear was real, fear of retribution, fear of being the person who condemned El Chapo to a lifetime behind bars. Some begged to be excused. Others whispered about nightmares of cartel gunmen showing up at their doors. In the end, 12 were chosen. Anonymous, protected, their names sealed from the public. For safety, even the courtroom windows were shrouded with blackout curtains, sealing off the outside world. The trial opened with a declaration. Prosecutors painted Guzman not as a folk hero, but as a ruthless businessman whose product was death. They described him as the head of an organization that smuggled more drugs into the United States than anyone in history, leaving a trail of corpses from Mexico's mountains to America's streets. The defense countered with a different story. They argued he was a scapegoat, a man propped up by the government, while the true leaders of the cartel remained untouched. They tried to shift the shadow, pointing to corruption so deep that Guzman, they claimed, was only one figure in a labyrinth much larger. But the trial's pulse came from the witnesses. Former cartel lieutenants, smugglers, assassins, and lovers, all now turned informants, their voices trembling as they took the stand. They spoke of tunnels that ran under borders like secret veins, of shipments so vast they could fill swimming pools, of private planes stuffed with cocaine bricks wrapped in duct tape and grease. Each testimony chipped away at the myth and replaced it with detail so raw, so shocking, that even hardened reporters scribbled in disbelief. One witness described how cash flowed like water, bundled in bricks and hidden in walls, delivered by trucks, counted by machines that whirred endlessly. Another described a house stocked with gold-plated weapons and exotic animals, the kind of decadence that felt unreal until photographs were shown on screens before the jury. Yet another recounted meetings where politicians were handed suitcases of money, proof that Guzman's reach had stretched into the highest levels of power. The stories turned darker. Witnesses described torture, executions carried out in chilling detail. One spoke of rivals buried alive, another of a man beaten with sticks until his bones shattered, the brutality meant to send messages louder than bullets ever could. The courtroom listened in silence, each account peeling back another layer of the cartel's violence. But it was not just about violence. The testimonies revealed the machinery of business. The cartel operated like a multinational corporation, complete with logistics, accountants, security, and innovation. Witnesses explained how Guzman pioneered the use of tunnels to move drugs across the U.S.-Mexico border, burrowing through earth with engineers and machinery like miners chasing treasure. Others spoke of semi-submersible submarines, cargo ships, and rail cars, all vehicles transformed into arteries of narcotics. It was empire building, just with blood in the foundation. In the gallery, journalists typed furiously, each revelation racing across headlines worldwide. For the first time, the inner workings of the Sinaloa Cartel were being documented not in whispers or rumors, but in sworn testimony under oath. It was history unfolding in real time, a narco-state pulled into the sterile walls of a Brooklyn courtroom. The defense fought back with skepticism. They argued that the witnesses were liars, opportunists who traded their words for lighter sentences. Men who had killed, smuggled, and betrayed were now trying to save their own skins by painting Guzman as the villain. How could they be trusted? How could jurors believe men who had made their fortunes in blood and deceit? But the government countered with evidence beyond words. Audio recordings of Guzman himself, encrypted text messages detailing shipments, photos of seized drugs, weapons, and cash, maps of tunnels traced in meticulous detail. Piece by piece, they built a mosaic of proof that was hard to ignore. Each day, Guzman sat in court, neatly dressed, his hair combed, his expression often blank. Sometimes he leaned toward his lawyers, sometimes he smiled faintly at his wife who sat in the gallery. To the jury, he was not the kingpin seen on wanted posters, but a small man in a suit, quiet, listening, waiting. That contrast became part of the drama. The legend who once commanded armies of sicarios now reduced to a defendant scribbling notes on a yellow legal pad. For his family, it was a torment. His wife, Emma Coronel, watched from her seat as testimony after testimony painted their lives in blood and betrayal. Witnesses described affairs, secret children, hidden fortunes. The courtroom became not just a stage for justice, but a mirror of personal humiliation. Every detail, every whispered secret, dragged into the light. The trial stretched for months, each week delivering new revelations. At times, it felt like a crime thriller, complete with betrayals, coded messages, and shocking twists. At other times, it felt like a grim tragedy, the story of how ambition and greed left rivers of bodies in its wake. The jury heard it all: the smuggling, the violence, the corruption, the power, the downfall. By early 2019, the trial neared its climax. Closing arguments framed the stakes. The government reminded the jury of the evidence, of the voices that had testified, of the lives lost and the billions earned. They called him a man who built an empire on death. The defense pleaded that the witnesses were untrustworthy, that Guzman was no kingpin but a scapegoat for a system too corrupt to face itself. The jury deliberated in secrecy, days stretching into tense silence. Reporters camped outside the courthouse, cameras ready for the moment the verdict would break. Families of victims waited, their lives suspended in a limbo of expectation. Agents who had spent decades chasing him paced in their offices, wondering if their years of work would finally be validated. On February 12, 2019, the waiting ended. The jury filed back into the courtroom, their faces unreadable, their eyes heavy with the weight of what they were about to say. The clerk read the verdicts, one by one. Each charge met with the same word: guilty. Guzman stood, his expression tight, his hands clasped. In that moment, the myth shattered. The man who had escaped prisons, tunneled under walls, bribed politicians, and defied nations was now condemned by 12 strangers. The courtroom erupted in a silence heavier than sound. Outside, reporters delivered the news to the world: El Chapo, guilty on all counts. For some, it was a triumph of justice. For others, it was the end of a legend. For him, it was the beginning of a sentence that would stretch longer than his lifetime. As he was led away, chains clinking softly, the future came into focus. Life in a cell, far from the mountains of Sinaloa, far from tunnels and convoys, far from the empire he had built. Yet even then, questions lingered. His cartel still operated, his influence still whispered in corridors of power. Could one man's conviction end the shadow of a machine so vast? Or was this only the silencing of a symbol while the machinery churned on? The trial of the century ended not with explosions, not with tunnels or escapes, but with a quiet verdict spoken in a Brooklyn courtroom. But the story was not finished, because legends do not vanish with a gavel. They linger in whispers, in fears, in the lives still shaped by the empire he left behind. And as Guzman disappeared behind the steel doors of custody, the world asked itself one haunting question: if El Chapo had fallen, had the war he embodied finally ended, or had it only just shifted into a new, unseen chapter? The silence in the Brooklyn courtroom was always fragile, but on certain days it broke under the weight of words too heavy to ignore. This was one of those days. A former ally of Joaquin Guzman sat at the witness stand, his hands trembling slightly, eyes darting to the corners of the room as if he half expected shadows to reach for him. His voice cracked as he began, and in that moment the gallery understood. Corruption was not a rumor, it was a system, and he was about to map it out in front of the world. The jurors leaned forward, pens frozen above notepads. Prosecutors braced themselves, knowing this testimony would peel away another layer of secrecy around the Sinaloa Cartel. Even Guzman, who had sat motionless through weeks of damning evidence, shifted in his chair, his jaw tightening as the stories of betrayal and blood began to spill into the open air. It started with money. Mountains of it. The witness described suitcases stuffed with cash, delivered to government officials like silent bribes disguised as gifts. He painted a picture of generals whose loyalty was for sale, of police chiefs who pretended to hunt criminals while secretly guarding their safe houses. The cartel, he explained, did not just move drugs. It moved influence. Money became a key, opening locked doors in the halls of power, and once those doors opened, Guzman walked through them like a man who already owned the building. The jurors listened as numbers grew surreal. Millions handed over like pocket change, each payment buying silence or protection. The witness spoke of border agents who looked the other way, of politicians who whispered promises in return for envelopes stacked with $100 bills. To the cartel, bribery was not an expense. It was an investment, a shield stronger than any bulletproof vest. Then the testimony darkened. The witness described meetings where refusal was not an option. One official who balked at taking money vanished, his body later found riddled with bullets. Another simply disappeared, swallowed by the earth, never seen again. In the cartel's world, corruption and violence were inseparable, two hands clasped so tightly that prying them apart meant death. The courtroom screens flickered with photographs, grand houses belonging to officials far richer than their salaries allowed, luxury cars parked in hidden garages, foreign bank accounts fattened with deposits traced back to cartel hands. The jurors' faces tightened as the images laid out a truth that felt both shocking and inevitable. Guzman had not just corrupted men, he had corrupted the very institutions meant to stop him. Another witness stepped forward, a man who had once been close enough to touch Guzman's empire. He spoke of mayors and governors who lived in fear of the cartel's shadow. He described campaign donations funneled through shell companies, entire elections tilted by cartel influence. For years, Guzman had been less a fugitive than a silent partner in Mexico's political theater, his power woven into the system itself. But the most explosive claim came when a witness spoke of a president. The words rippled across the courtroom like an earthquake. Millions in bribes, he alleged, were delivered at the highest level. Gasps filled the gallery, reporters' fingers flew across keyboards, and defense attorneys leapt to their feet in protest. The judge cautioned the jury to weigh testimony carefully, but the damage was done. The idea that Guzman's reach extended all the way to the pinnacle of power was now part of the trial's record. The jurors sat in stunned silence. It was not just a man on trial anymore. It was the portrait of a country ensnared in his influence. The stories blurred the line between crime and governance, showing how a cartel could operate not just by evading the state, but by owning pieces of it. The testimonies did not stop at money. Witness after witness detailed killings ordered to protect Guzman's empire. One described a police commander executed for daring to interfere with shipments. Another recounted how rivals were tortured in basements before being discarded on roadsides, their bodies a grim warning to anyone who considered defiance. These were not random acts of violence. They were calculated moves, the enforcement arm of corruption. Fear was as much a currency as cash. The courtroom became a theater of horror and revelation. Jurors were taken deep inside a world most had only read about in headlines. They heard of pilots who flew loads of cocaine into clandestine airstrips, protected by soldiers who were paid to guard the runways. They heard of assassins who received salaries, bonuses, even pensions, killers treated like employees of a legitimate corporation. They heard of entire towns that functioned like company towns, where every store, every official, every uniformed officer was in some way tethered to the cartel's payroll. Each testimony painted the same picture. Guzman's empire did not survive simply because of drugs. It survived because it infected the system designed to stop it. Like termites in a house, it hollowed out the beams while the facade remained intact, until one day the structure gave way. For the jury, the weight was crushing. Some looked visibly shaken, their eyes heavy, their expressions distant as if carrying the burden of knowledge too vast for one room. The stories blurred morality, showing how lines of loyalty and fear twisted men into accomplices. What choice did a small-town mayor have when confronted with either a bribe or a bullet? What chance did a police officer have against a cartel with more money and more firepower than the state itself? The defense tried desperately to counter. They argued that the witnesses were lying, exaggerating their tales to curry favor with prosecutors. They pointed out inconsistencies, questioned motives, reminded the jury that these were men who had lived by deceit and violence. How could their words be trusted now? But the prosecutors doubled down, presenting corroborating details, bank records, wiretaps, photographs that tethered the stories to cold, hard facts. Outside the courthouse, the city buzzed with fascination and disbelief. Headlines screamed of presidents accused, of bribes beyond imagination, of an underworld laid bare. For many, it was the first glimpse of how deep the rot went. For others, it confirmed what they had long suspected, that the drug war was never fought on a level playing field. Inside the courtroom, the atmosphere was suffocating. Witnesses lowered their voices as if afraid the walls themselves might carry their words back to Sinaloa. Some wiped sweat from their brows. Others spoke quickly, eager to get it over with, as if every sentence risked sealing their fate. They were men who had once wielded power, now reduced to survivors clutching at the possibility of redemption. And through it all, Guzman listened. Sometimes he leaned back, his face unreadable. Sometimes he smiled faintly, a gesture that seemed almost mocking, as if daring the courtroom to believe that the empire they described could ever truly be caged. His presence was a reminder that for decades he had thrived not just because of fear, but because of complicity. The testimonies piled up like bricks, building a wall of corruption too high to ignore. Each brick carried weight, a bribe, a killing, a betrayal. Together they formed the true architecture of Guzman's reign. It was not just the drugs, not just the violence, but the corruption that allowed it all to flourish. By the end of those weeks, the jurors were no longer just hearing a trial. They were living a lesson in how power bends systems, how ambition corrodes truth, and how men like Guzman could carve kingdoms out of shadows. The courtroom, with its marble and flags, was supposed to represent justice. Yet within its walls, the testimonies revealed a darker mirror of governance, a system where justice had long been bought and sold. As the final witness stepped down, the air seemed heavier, as if the room itself understood the gravity of what had been spoken. Reporters rushed to file their stories, attorneys shuffled papers, and guards led Guzman back to his cell. But the echoes lingered. The image of officials taking bribes, of killers paid like bureaucrats, of corruption spreading like wildfire. It was a picture no one could unsee. And still, uncertainty hung over it all. If these testimonies were true, how deep did the roots go? If Guzman had fallen, had the soil itself remained poisoned? Was justice possible in a world where the very guardians of law had been for sale? The chapter of testimonies closed, but it left behind a question too vast for any single trial to answer. The jurors would return to deliberate on one man's fate. But the larger truth, about a system bent and broken by corruption, remained unresolved, a shadow hanging over the verdict yet to come. The courtroom in Brooklyn was colder than usual that July morning, though maybe it was just the air of finality that settled over every person inside. The jurors were long gone, their duty complete. The trial had delivered its guilty verdict months earlier. But this was the day the gavel would fall for good. Joaquin Guzman Lara, once the untouchable king of Sinaloa, was about to learn how his story ended in the eyes of the United States justice system. The scene was stark. Rows of reporters filled the benches, their pens twitching like nervous ticks. Families of victims sat in silence, waiting to hear if justice could possibly balance the scales. Marshals lined the walls, their stares heavy, their weapons unseen but felt. And at the center of it all, behind the defense table, sat Guzman himself. He wore a light-colored suit, clean-cut, almost ordinary. Yet the air around him carried the weight of decades of blood, tunnels, betrayals, and billions in illicit fortune. The judge entered, his robe sweeping as if pulling the entire room into order. A hush fell instantly, the kind of silence that only comes when everyone knows history is about to etch a new line into stone. Guzman looked up, expression unreadable, but his fingers twitched against the table as though betraying the calm mask he tried to hold. Before the sentence, there were words. The defense tried once more to paint Guzman as a victim of circumstance, a man trapped in the machinery of a system larger than himself. They spoke of poverty, of a boy who grew up barefoot in the hills of Sinaloa, pushed into crime by desperation and surrounded by violence not of his making. They asked the court to see not just the legend of El Chapo, but the human underneath. But their pleas felt thin, the kind of paper shield that tears the moment steel touches it. Prosecutors countered with a storm. They spoke of mountains of cocaine, of rivers of heroin, of millions of lives scarred by addiction. They reminded the court of the testimonies that unveiled corruption so deep it blurred the line between government and cartel. They named the killings, the tortures, the disappearances. They pointed to Guzman as the architect of it all, the man who profited while entire communities drowned in blood and fear. Their words were sharp, deliberate, a blade carving away any remaining doubt about the sentence that must come. Then came the moment for Guzman to speak. All eyes turned to him as he rose, adjusting his jacket, his frame smaller than the myth that surrounded him. His voice was low but steady as he accused the United States of corruption, of unfairness, of twisting justice against him. He spoke of inhumane conditions in prison, of isolation so crushing it felt like torture. His words painted himself as a man wronged, not a king brought down. But for many in that room, it sounded less like truth and more like defiance. The last flicker of pride from a man who had once commanded armies, but now could not command even his own fate. The judge listened, then leaned forward. His voice cut through the room like iron. He spoke of the empire Guzman had built, of the lives lost, of the sheer scale of his crimes. He reminded the world that this was not just about one man, but about the damage left in his wake, a damage that stretched from the hills of Mexico to the streets of American cities. Then, with words measured but unflinching, he delivered the sentence. Life in prison, plus 30 years. And as if that were not enough, the gavel of justice struck again in another form, the order of forfeiture. $12.6 billion. A figure so staggering it almost seemed fictional, yet it was the government's calculation of the fortune Guzman had earned trafficking poison across borders. The money represented more than just wealth. It represented the empire's bloodline, the currency of power. And now, on paper at least, it was stripped from him. The courtroom did not erupt in cheers. There was no applause, no shouts of triumph. Instead, there was the kind of silence that follows a storm, the heavy realization that something monumental had ended. Guzman sat still, his face betraying little, though his eyes flickered with something between disbelief and cold rage. For a man who had built tunnels beneath walls and escaped prisons guarded by armies, the finality of life without parole must have cut deeper than any cell door ever had. Outside, the world reacted with a mix of awe and skepticism. Headlines screamed of the downfall of the century, of El Chapo finally caged for good. Television networks replayed footage of his rise, his escapes, his capture, now capped with the words, life plus 30 years. For many, it was a symbol, proof that no one, not even the most elusive drug lord of modern times, was beyond the reach of law. But beneath the surface, doubts lingered. Could justice truly be measured in years or dollars? The $12.6 billion, impressive on paper, was unlikely ever to be fully collected. Much of Guzman's fortune was hidden in labyrinths of shell companies, buried in cash hoards, or spent greasing the hands of officials long since vanished into the shadows. The forfeiture was a statement, yes, but for victims, for families torn apart, it was only a symbolic repayment, never enough to erase the damage. And there was another truth, whispered among analysts and experts. While Guzman would die behind bars, the cartel he built still lived. The Sinaloa Cartel remained powerful, now fractured among factions, but still moving tons of drugs across borders. The sentencing of one man did not collapse the empire. The Hydra had lost its head, but other heads had already grown in its place. For many, that was the bitter reality. The trial ended El Chapo's story, but not the story of the drug war itself. Back inside the courthouse, victims' families spoke quietly to reporters. Some said it brought closure, that knowing he would never walk free was a weight lifted. Others admitted the wounds were too deep, that no sentence, however severe, could return what had been lost. Their faces carried both relief and sorrow, a reminder that justice is never clean, never simple. For Guzman, the journey was almost over. He was escorted from the courtroom by marshals, shackled, his steps small and careful. The cameras captured him one last time, the once mythical figure reduced to a prisoner led into the shadows of the system he had mocked for decades. Yet even then, the legend persisted. Supporters in Mexico decried the trial as a spectacle, arguing he was a scapegoat for a war riddled with hypocrisy. In the barrios of Sinaloa, some still whispered his name with admiration, remembering the man who handed out food, who paid for medical bills, who played the role of a Robin Hood even as he commanded an empire of violence. The contradiction remained, tangled and unresolved. The United States had its victory. A life sentence, plus 30 years, plus billions forfeited. A message to every trafficker watching: no empire lasts forever. But in the streets of Culiacan, in the jungles of Central America, in the neon-lit alleys of American cities, the drugs kept flowing. The machine churned on, indifferent to the fall of its most famous king. And so the chapter closed with a paradox. Guzman's reign was over, his freedom stolen, his fortune claimed, his legacy stained forever by the testimony of corruption and violence. Yet the shadow he cast still stretched across borders, a reminder that while one man may fall, the system that created him endures. As the doors of the courthouse slammed shut and the news anchors announced the sentence to millions watching at home, one question lingered like smoke after a gunshot. Had justice truly been served? Or had the world simply buried one man, while the war he embodied raged on without him? The sentence had been handed down, the gavel had struck, and the headlines had burned his fate into history. But the story of Joaquin Guzman Lora did not end in that Brooklyn courthouse. No, his ending would be carved into the walls of a fortress in the Colorado desert, a place designed not just to hold men like him, but to erase them from the world. ADX Florence, the Alcatraz of the Rockies, a prison so secure, so unforgiving, that even whispers struggled to escape its concrete grip. The journey began quietly, in the dark of dawn. U.S. Marshals moved him under heavy guard, the chain of custody a military-grade ballet. Every detail was measured, rehearsed, suffocating in its precision. The convoy of armored vehicles cut through the highways like an armored vein of steel. Eyes in the sky tracked their every mile. They were not moving just another prisoner. They were moving a man who had humiliated entire governments, who had slipped through the cracks of maximum security prisons before. They were moving the ghost of two escapes. El Chapo sat shackled, his wrists and ankles bound, a chain cinched to his waist. The weight of the metal was nothing compared to the realization that this time, there would be no tunnel waiting, no motorcycle hidden underground, no allies drilling through concrete for months. The silence inside the armored transport was broken only by the hum of engines and the faint clatter of restraints against steel. Every marshal knew the risk. This was a man who had once vanished through holes in the earth, who had bribed armies of officials, who had carved his name into the mythology of escape. They did not let their eyes leave him. Hours later, the desert rose into view. Flat land stretching endless, mountains piercing the horizon. And there it was, a fortress of concrete and razor wire, tucked away in the Colorado wilderness. ADX Florence, a place designed to break the will of terrorists, spies, mass killers, and kingpins. Its walls loomed like a tomb, and in a way, that was exactly what it was, a tomb for the living, where men were buried not in dirt, but in silence. The gates swallowed the convoy. Inside, the routines unfolded with cold efficiency. El Chapo was stripped, searched, documented, cataloged like an artifact. His name no longer mattered. He became a number in the system, swallowed by its machinery. The staff moved with detached precision. They had handled men like him before, and they knew the rules here. There were no kings, no legends, no untouchables. Everyone who entered became the same, alone, isolated, forgotten. His new home was a concrete box, 12 feet long, 7 feet wide, a slit for light, not a window. A bed carved from the wall itself, a desk molded from stone, a toilet and sink of stainless steel. Everything inside designed not for comfort, but for control. The walls were so thick that even screams would dissolve before reaching another cell. The door shut, and with it, the myth of El Chapo was sealed inside. Life in ADX Florence was not life, as most knew it. It was survival in fragments. 23 hours a day locked inside that concrete shell. 1 hour allowed outside, but not into the world, into a small cage, barely larger than the cell itself, open only to the sky. That was the yard. For men like Guzman, it was the only taste of freedom left. The rest was silence. Meals were slid through a slot in the door. Human contact was measured in seconds. Conversations were reduced to echoes, muffled by layers of steel and stone. Isolation was the weapon here. It was not just about keeping him locked away. It was about breaking the myth of invincibility. At ADX, escape was not even a rumor. The prison was built like a puzzle of paranoia, corridors twisting, guards watching, cameras blinking, motion sensors ready to scream at the faintest movement. Every inch of the place whispered the same truth: you will die here. Psychologists have called ADX Florence a clean version of hell. The men inside often fall into madness, their minds unraveling without sound, without touch, without the rhythm of normal life. Some scream into the void until their voices burn out. Others pace endlessly, counting steps until numbers blur. Letters to family are rare, visits rarer still, and even then, separated by glass, filtered by guards. For Guzman, who once commanded armies, who once held entire cities in fear, the silence was a different kind of punishment. A king, now alone in a cell no larger than his bathroom once was. Still, he carried himself with the remnants of pride. Reports from those who saw him said he tried to project calm, to hold on to the aura of control. But even pride erodes under stone. Day after day, the sameness chips away at the mind. No tunnels, no loyal soldiers, no phone calls, only the echo of your own breathing and the slow creep of time. Outside those walls, life moved on. The Sinaloa Cartel adjusted, reshaping under new leaders. His sons, the Chapitos, picked up pieces of the empire. Rivals circled, alliances shifted, but the river of drugs kept flowing north. The business continued, indifferent to the man who had once sat at its throne. That was perhaps the cruelest truth of all, that while he had been the face of the cartel, its machinery did not need him to keep turning. The world did not wait. For U.S. officials, his transfer to Florence was the closing of a wound that had bled for decades. He was no longer a headline risk, no longer a ghost slipping out of prisons with a grin. He was contained. The fortress was his coffin. For Mexico, it was a relief laced with shame. Twice he had escaped their prisons, twice he had mocked their system. Now he would never return. The message was clear. This was the end of El Chapo's story of freedom. And yet, legends rarely die quietly. Inside Mexico, corridos, folk ballads, still sang of him. His name still echoed in villages where he had played patron, where families remembered the money he gave, the favors he paid. To some, he remained a Robin Hood. To others, a monster. The paradox of his legacy stretched on, even as his body sat entombed in a cell. Days turned into weeks. Weeks blurred into months. In Florence, time was not measured by clocks, but by routines, meals arriving through slots, guards checking every few minutes, lights dimming but never dark. The monotony was the punishment. Men were not beaten here. They were dissolved, piece by piece, until even memories began to fray. For Guzman, whose life had been defined by movement, convoys, jungles, plains, tunnels, the stillness was its own kind of torture. His mind, once occupied with logistics of an empire, was now caged with nothing but itself. Some wondered how long he could last before the silence began to consume him. Would the Tunnel King dream of digging again, only to wake each day and remember that here, the walls were too thick, the eyes too many, the escape impossible? The irony was brutal. A man who had spent his life escaping now found himself in the one place where escape was not even a fantasy. The fortress was built to be the final stop in a criminal journey, and for El Chapo, it was exactly that. But as the steel doors locked behind him, one question lingered in the minds of those who watched. Could even a man like Guzman, who had defied governments, humiliated presidents, and built tunnels under nations, be broken by silence? And somewhere, deep inside that concrete tomb, as he lay on his hard slab of a bed staring at the slit of light that never changed, the thought must have flickered. Not of tunnels, not of money, not of armies, but of time. Endless time, stretching out like the desert around him, dry, merciless, and impossible to escape. The Tunnel King had built his empire on movement, on slipping through cracks. Now he faced his final opponent. Not guards, not rival cartels, not judges or prosecutors, but the slow, crushing weight of stillness. And as the gates of ADX Florence closed behind him, sealing him into a world of perpetual silence, one question haunted the corridors of power and the villages of Sinaloa alike. Would El Chapo spend his final days as the unbroken king who outwitted nations? Or would the fortress of stone grind even the legend of Guzman into dust? The sound of silence inside Florence was deafening, but outside those walls, his name still echoed like gunfire across Mexico. Joaquin Guzman Loro was caged, shackled, and stripped of power, yet somehow, the legend of El Chapo had grown larger than life. He was no longer just a man. He was a story whispered in alleys, sung in ballads, feared in boardrooms of governments, and studied in the quiet offices of law enforcement. And stories, unlike men, do not die behind concrete. His shadow stretched over the mountains of Sinaloa, where villagers remembered him not as a kingpin, but as a patron. They recalled him paying for funerals, handing out cash for school supplies, delivering medicine when the state failed to show. For them, his crimes were balanced by the dignity he gave to the forgotten. Mothers who lost sons to poverty called him a protector. Children grew up hearing his name with a kind of mythical awe. In Sinaloa, El Chapo was not simply a cartel boss. He was a paradox, Robin Hood and executioner. The man who could order a massacre in one breath and fund a church in the next. But the legacy of Guzman was not confined to folklore. His empire had been built like an industrial machine, and even after its architect was locked away, the gears kept turning. The Sinaloa Cartel was no longer just his. It had become a brand, a corporation of crime. His sons, the Chapitos, stepped into the void. Young, ruthless, ambitious, they carried the same last name but faced a different battlefield. The drug war had shifted, becoming more chaotic, more violent. Rivals like the Jalisco New Generation Cartel rose with ferocity, aiming to tear apart what Guzman had left behind. The streets of Mexico became even bloodier, as the shadow of El Chapo's reign hardened into a blueprint for those who followed. What made him so different was not just his brutality. It was his ingenuity. The tunnels he engineered beneath the U.S.-Mexico border were more than escape routes. They were symbols of innovation in the underworld. Air-conditioned, lit with electricity, equipped with rails for transport, they were subterranean highways of smuggling. To law enforcement, they were a nightmare. To traffickers, they were a miracle. Guzman had turned the very earth into his ally, carving pathways where governments built walls. He had shown the cartels that with enough money, patience, and audacity, any barrier could be bypassed. That lesson did not die with him. Others copied it, refined it, turned it into a standard practice. The Tunnel King's gift to the world of organized crime was not just cocaine or heroin. It was the art of invisibility. And yet, for all his ingenuity, his story revealed the fragile humanity behind the myth. In the Brooklyn courtroom, as witness after witness exposed his secrets, Guzman sat quietly, sometimes smirking, sometimes stone-faced. To some, he looked unbreakable. To others, he looked small, just a man, stripped of armies, unable to stop the tide. Even kings bleed. Even tunnel builders eventually run out of exits. The world had seen the human side of El Chapo, the man who paced a courtroom like a caged lion. The father who blew kisses to his young wife. The prisoner who blinked against fluorescent lights, far removed from the power he once wielded. But legacies are not built on courtrooms alone. They are built on fear, on admiration, on the stories passed from one mouth to another. And in that regard, Guzman's shadow was immense. His legend inspired a new generation of narcos, some desperate to replicate his cunning, others reckless enough to think they could outdo him. His name became shorthand for power, for defiance, for the audacity to challenge nations and survive, at least for a while. The Mexican government, too, could not escape his shadow. Every photograph of his arrest, every image of him paraded before cameras, carried a double edge. On the surface, it was victory, proof that the state could capture even the most elusive criminal. But beneath, it was humiliation. Twice he had escaped their custody. Twice he had mocked their system. The final transfer to the U.S. was not triumph. It was surrender. It said to the world, "We cannot hold our own monster." His legacy scarred Mexico's institutions, reminding its citizens that corruption ran too deep, that walls built by the state were no stronger than the bribes placed upon them. And what of the drug war itself? Did his capture, his sentencing, his burial in a concrete tomb make any difference? The truth was harsher. Drugs still flowed north. Violence still consumed towns. Families still mourned sons and daughters lost to bullets or overdoses. The empire had lost its king, but the business had not slowed. If anything, the wars for succession made the blood run faster. El Chapo's downfall had not ended the war, it had widened it. His absence left fractures, and fractures in cartel worlds always bleed. His story also raised uncomfortable questions in the United States. For decades, billions had been spent on the war on drugs. Countless lives lost, countless arrests made. Yet here was proof that even one man, from the mountains of Sinaloa, could outwit entire agencies, tunnel beneath billion-dollar walls, and rise again and again from capture. It revealed the futility of a war fought with firepower instead of answers. Guzman's empire existed because demand existed, because borders could never be sealed completely, because poverty in one country and hunger for escape in another created a bridge stronger than concrete. His legacy was not just about tunnels. It was about exposing the cracks in the global fight itself. And yet, in the quiet corners of Mexico, his name still lived in corridos. Songs that painted him as a folk hero, a man of cunning and generosity, sung with guitars in smoky cantinas. Children repeated his name the way others might repeat that of revolutionaries. It was dangerous, seductive, powerful, a reminder that legends are not erased by prison bars. They are carved into culture. But behind every legend is a shadow. His shadow is one of violence beyond measure. Entire families wiped out. Fields turned into graveyards. Towns controlled not by law, but by fear. Journalists silenced. Officials bought or buried. The blood on Guzman's hands was not erased by his patronage, not softened by the folk songs. His story was one of contradictions, but his legacy was clear. He left Mexico bloodier, more fractured, more haunted. In Florence, he remained alone. The tunnel king in a cell with no escape, no tunnels, no voice. But outside, his story was alive, shaping politics, fueling rivalries, inspiring successors. A reminder that one man can shape an era, but that the machinery of crime is larger than any one name. Guzman's legend would outlive him, not because of who he was, but because of what he represented. Defiance, audacity, the will to dig through the earth itself rather than bow. As Mexico continues to fight its endless war, the question lingers like smoke over the mountains of Sinaloa. What is the legacy of Joaquin Guzman Lora? Is it the story of a man who clawed his way out of poverty to become a myth? Or is it the story of a monster whose ambition drenched his homeland in blood? Perhaps it is both. Perhaps that is why his legend endures, because it carries both faces, saint and sinner, myth and man. And as the years roll on, as his sons fight for power, as new cartels rise and fall, one truth remains. The tunnel king is gone, but the tunnels remain. His shadow stretches still, A reminder that walls are never high enough, prisons never strong enough, and stories never easy to bury. Because in the end, legends like El Chapo do not die in silence. They echo, they haunt, they dig their way into the memory of a nation. And somewhere, beneath the earth, in the whispers of the forgotten and the songs of the brave, the Tunnel King still walks.